For those who don't know. No, more people learn about POEGuy. I need to click here. Can you tell me if I'm live on YouTube, please? So now I should appear on YouTube. Here. Let me check here. I still suck. Okay, so now I should be live on YouTube. I need to open the chat. I want to read the YouTube chat too, yeah? So I will read on Twitch, I will read on YouTube. Okay, let's do some maps now. So these are the upgrades that everyone can do by day 10. You know, nothing crazy expensive. Later we will gonna craft here a rare body armor. Here for the Crim Sorrow I recommend to look for corruptions. There are a bunch of corruptions. So Crim Sorrow is very common. This is a very common glove. Here, Crim Sorrow gloves. You can look for, let's put here count. Attack speed corruption. So this is one corruption that you can look for. On the implicit, yeah? You scroll down. Give me a second. Increased attack. Let's try now. Here, this one. And also critical hit chance. Attacks have, when you look here, critical hit chance. This one. And you make sure that it's for the implicit. Yeah? So it will make it even better. You get some extra crit, for example. And since Crim Sorrow it's a very common glove, this will not be expensive. So yeah, even on day 10 you can get. So if you want to push it even further, you can get with a corruption such as this. Or if you're really rich, you can get both of them. But this will be later. You have both attack speed and critical hit chance. So look, you can push it even further, but this will be expensive. You get either attack speed or critical hit chance. Yeah? Because the Crim Sorrow is so common. Will be easy. I personally like critical hit chance here, yeah? So I prefer critical hit chance, yeah? Than attack speed, but both of them are great. Here I will not buy it, I just wanted to point it out. Okay, let's continue doing maps now. Remember, these items that I have, this we use on day 1, day 2, day 3. Very cheap items here, generic. Let's run some maps now. We do some ultimatum with ritual. Let's get beach map actually. Okay, let's take this one. We do it. No, we don't use a headhunter for this, yeah? For this build, the synthesized belt with dexterity is superior than a headhunter. By the way, I crafted this belt now on stream for like 20 kills. On stream. So this belt I crafted for like 20 kills. The expensive things will be synthesized ring with dexterity, that's why I'm not using. So rings with percentage dexterity are very expensive. So that's why I got with all attributes fracture and I got with flat dexterity. This is way cheaper. Oh fuck. Yeah. No, it's easy to craft the belt, don't worry. So the belt crafting, it's easy. You buy like 10 essences, 20, you stop and you get some life. But I need to check my resistances. Here it's a mistake by me. You need to make sure that fire, cold and lighting, it's kept. So what we can do, we can use the harvest station to change resistances. Let's see. 1 second. So this lighting resistance, I can convert it into fire resistance. Let's do it right now. So if you do tier 6 map, fire, cold and lighting needs to be kept. Yeah, some people don't know that you can swap resistances around. So here I have lighting resistance. I will convert it to fire. So you can put lighting to fire. And now I have fire resistance, and we check now, and you see I'm kept. Lighting, cold and fire, it's kept 75. Let me check what I have here. Fire and chaos. Let's put lighting and chaos now. Lighting and chaos resistance. Put it here. Let's go back. Already much better, huh? I will put a jewel called Split Personality pretty soon. So I need to get like 2 more levels and we're gonna add a jewel, Split Personality. That jewel should get me to 1800 dexterity. Yeah, but I need to get 2 more levels. Another jewel that you can get on League Start here, like day 8, day 10, it's a Split Personality, not with Chaos Resistance because that will be expensive. With increased cold damage or all attributes. So you put it in this area. So Split Personality with to all attributes or increased cold damage. And you put it here. This is for day 1, day 2, day 3, a generic jewel with dexterity and maximum life. You want to drop it and you put here Split Personality in this area. It's a great place for it. You ask me what I want from the reveal? Well, I want... I know they did some changes for the Atlas 3. I prefer to see Tier 17 changed. So there were some whistleblowers that said that they are working on Tier 17 in 3.28. I really want to see what they did. So we had a lot of build diversity before they implemented, you know, Tier 17. And with Tier 17 you need to play certain skills, certain ascendancy classes, you need more like bossing builds, etc. So build variation, build diversity got, you know, lowered with the introduction of Tier 17. Which I don't like. Let me see here. On League Star the rares will be expensive, yeah, you need to check that. The poo-poo, let's do the Ultimatum. Let me move this a little. It's hard for me, I'm reading 2 chats here from YouTube and Twitch. This build, it's not for Tier 17, so we don't touch Tier 17. Plus, I'm not using... When the build is fully done, you can try Tier 17, but this is not fully done, what I have here. Plus, I'm also on a 5 link. If you want Tier 17 on League Start, do another build. You have the option to transition from Fish Ballista to Shrapnel Ballista later. Okay, let's do this. Just here, the gems are the same. So the gems are the same as yesterday. See? Of course we can get a 6 link, we can get awakened gems, we can get enhanced level 4 instead of faster attacks. So there are updates even for the gem, of course.
Relentless assault.
So yeah, I just got Astra Mantis and Garukan's Flight. On day 1, 2 and 3 we're gonna use those items that I mentioned, they will be cheaper than...
Ruin reaches for you from afar.
Take this.
Ruin is all around.
So I personally love Ultimatum on League Start, and after Blight I will go into Ultimatum. My build can do Ultimatum. You can do Ultimatum with this build.
Death's cold grip is inescapable.
It will get easier and easier. As more you upgrade the build, you will see it gets easier and easier. Yeah, of course I take. Because I move in circles. Look, I have Ruino Swagger, the keystone that applies Ruin, and I have the Ghost level 4. And I don't have any Ruin stacks. Why? Because of the gameplay. So you move at all times, you don't get... Look, this is a 2120. You don't get Ruin stacks, yeah? Or if you get, you don't get a lot of it. So if you move like this, you can do even with Ghost level 4. Look, I have Ghost level 4. and I'm not getting ruin stacks. Or if you get ruin stacks, will be like 1 or 2. You don't get 7. You move in circles all the time, like this. Check, no ruin stacks, yeah? And remember, I also have the Ruinous Swagger. This one. I also have this keystone that applies ruin easier. But because we play like this, you don't get ruin stacks, or you don't reach 7 ruin stacks, yeah? So no problem.
A sliver of the winter of the world returns.
See, you always move, and you drop drop totems as you move in circles, yeah? Hey, let's take this.
The bay of mystics and scholars.
To be careful here. Yeah. Whoa.
The expected choice.
The Catalysts are really good on League Start, but from time to time you can get Diviners, you can get expensive corrupted items, much more than that. Kill the boss. Whoa! I was stuck, you know? They surrounded me. So when I entered the arena, I was stuck. Do not move. My boy, you cannot see that I'm doing Ritual and Ultimatum. So here I'm doing Ultimatum and I'm doing Ritual, that's why. A map takes me like 30 seconds. But because I'm doing Ritual and Ultimatum, that's why it takes me 8 minutes. So depends the content that you're farming inside the map. If I'm gonna rush for the boss, it takes me 30 seconds. But since I'm doing Ultimatum and Ritual, that's why it took me 8 minutes. Because I did Ultimatum and Ritual, it's common sense. So if I go directly for the boss, I will complete the map in 30 seconds. But here I'm doing Ritual and I'm doing Ultimatum. That's why it took me 7-8 minutes. Plus, I paused the game to explain things. Okay, let's check here. I'm gonna take this. So look, I can show you. I go directly for the boss, I finish the map in 30 seconds. But of course, the more content you farm in a map, it will take longer. Let me take this. We can put here... let's take it. So we can take Like of Meaning. For budget, you can get with 2 all attributes or increase cold damage. Both of them are fine. Yeah, you look what's cheaper. My boy, let me copy paste it and put it in the YouTube chat. 1 second. So you want the build? Let me copy paste it here. I need to put it on YouTube too. Yeah, check that link. Let me check it works. It works, yeah. On the first page, if you scroll at the bottom, you have the League Start section. Okay, let's click this. And we can put with all attributes here. Or increase cold damage. These are cheap on day 8, day 10 will be cheap variations. Later we want to put with chaos resistance, which will be better. Now again, this is a different economy, I'm playing on keepers. Also you can take with cold damage. So we have increased cold damage. This one, it's also fine for temporarily, yeah? You can also use this variation. Let's use it actually. So we have a different economy on League Start and a different economy now, it's late keepers. Here I'm showing upgrades that you can do on day 8, day 10. And why it's this powerful. Now all the nodes that you have here, in addition to the normal node, it gives you some extra benefit. In this case will be increased cold damage. Later we're gonna take a Light of Meaning with chaos resistance, and this will keep our chaos resistance, easy. But that will be more expensive, so we will buy it later. Yeah? For budget you get with cold damage or all attributes, up to you. Both of them are fine. You check which is cheaper. Okay, let's run another map. You know, now I'm curious if they remove Orb of Horizon. So, you know, some people said that they would remove them because they did a video where we didn't have here Orb of Horizon, yeah, in the currency section. Well, my guess is maybe they moved it, maybe they changed the name, maybe they changed the Harbinger mechanic, maybe they moved it in another section, so I'm not entirely sure that, you know, we will see in a couple of hours, yeah? I'm really curious with this orb, because this orb is very useful. Especially when you progress your Atlas on Lickstar. So yeah, I'm really curious about this Orb of Horizon. We're gonna see in like 3 hours, no? 2 hours and 20 minutes. Mm. No, the Atlas is fine. The problem are tier 17 maps. So the real problem are tier 17 maps. Game was great until they introduced tier 17 maps. We had a lot of build diversity. People were playing, you know, fun builds. They were experimenting a lot. And the moment they introduced tier 17, we have certain skills that we need to play, certain ascendancies. So we have way less build diversity. That's the problem with tier 17. You need to play more like a bossing build. If you want to do tier 17, you need to focus on bossing builds. It works, so Headhunter works with Siege Ballista, but it's inferior. This is way better than Siege Ballista. Yeah, since we do damage and defense is based on dexterity, it's superior, it's much better than a Headhunter. So while it works, I don't recommend to use.
Relentless assault.
Okay.
Rare is the breath of living air.
So on League Start I plan to start in white maps, yellow maps with Blight. Then I will transition to Ritual and Ultimatum. So after Blight I will go to Ritual and Ultimatum. This is great on League Start, especially Ultimatum. A lot of people need Catalyst, you know, they sells really good. And you can also find Divines, you can find expensive Divination cards, you can find expensive Uniques. So it's not just the Catalyst. I don't agree with you, Bogdan. Tier 17 it's more about the build than the player. Yeah? So of course the player skill matters that, but for tier 17 you need to play builds that are inclined for bossing, you know, like more single target, more. So you need to play boss builds that are specialized into bossing. So you're not right. Tier 17 doesn't mean that you're, you know, separates good players from bad players. Tier 17 matters more about the build. So if you want to farm easy tier 17, you need to play certain builds. So I don't agree with you. You need to play like bossing builds for tier 17.
Be torn to shreds.
So the build matters more than the player for tier 17. Especially for farming, where you need to play it stress-free. Take this. Now, of course, if you do Ultimatum, you need to learn the bad modifiers and the good modifiers. So for each build, there are certain modifiers that you need to avoid. Yeah, you need to learn them. What to take, what to not take.
Ruin arrives suddenly.
Now I know for Siege Ballista what to take. Let's take this.
Mystic pain will bring ruin.
Later I will drop the silver flask because we have a medium cluster jewel that gives you onslaught when you summon a totem. So this is temporarily the silver flask here. So this I will drop it. I need one more level and we can drop. You see, some of them they duplicate, yeah? So we still have duplication, 25% chance. For example, this got duplicated. Yeah, so you can still duplicate from time to time. But this is from the Ascendancy, yeah? These are called Spectral Tigers, we get it from the Ascendancy. You talk about this thing, no? Look here, we have a Bloodline Ascendancy with Farul. It says trigger level 20 Spectral Tiger on critical strike. Just by summoning the totems, you get your tigers fully automated. So when you summon a totems, you shoot with Frenzy from Mana Forge Arrows. And when the Frenzy will hit an enemy and crit, it will give you a tiger. Yeah, so this is a one button build, everything is automated. Including the tigers that I get, which gives you extra crit, extra attack speed. So check here, just by summoning totems, I'm getting tigers. Maximum is 5, so maximum will be 5 tigers. Huh? Look, I have 5 tigers. It's easy. Oh, but you need to read if you do expedition, especially with league start items, you need to read the remnants. Yeah? There are some remnants that you try to avoid on league start. Especially all monster hits are critical strikes, yeah? This is an example, I usually avoid that. So you can do expedition, but you still read the remnants when you detonate. My boy, don't worry. So today we're gonna see the reveal stream and we're gonna check the patch notes. So today, like in a couple of hours, we're gonna read the patch notes together and I will tell you what happened. Again, this is a good starter that I've been playing for more than 5 years, has been tested by hundreds, and it's great. The bloodlines will remain, it's my guess, because even on standard we have them already. So these tigers that I have from the Farul Ascendancy, I think they will stay. So the bloodline, I think they already are incorporated into the core of the game. So yeah, the tigers will stay. You know, the Tigers of 6. Which is better, so these tigers are quite powerful for my build. Don't worry, I'll make a video about it, but now we need to check the reveal stream. So the Atlas got reworked, there are some changes. Yeah, so we need to see the reveal stream in 2 hours, see what they did for the Atlas. So this thing has a couple of changes, now will be different in the next league. So then I'll make a league start progression video, but for now I need to check the Atlas, what they did to it. I know they did some changes to it. So we will see in 2 hours. Okay, let's do this. I need to level up and I will get the Sleepless Sentries cluster jewel. And I can drop this flask here. Okay, let's see. It's very common to get in ritual chaos orbs, you'll see very often. Here? No. So ritual, it's 80% junk, 20% you get very rich. That's ritual in a nutshell. The boss. Again, this is a character that I leveled from level 1 2 days ago on stream. Yeah. See my boys. So this is my fear, that they remove Orb of Horizon. This helped me a lot. The reason I'm unlocking the Atlas fast, part of it, it's scouting reports. People said that there is a chance that we don't have scouting reports. Also Orb of Horizon. Yeah, so it's easy to unlock the Atlas if you have Explorer scouting reports and if you have Orb of Horizon. If they got removed, yeah, it will be a little trickier this time. We're gonna see. Today, in 2 hours. So my next priority is to get here 1800 dexterity, which means 1 extra totem, so I'll have 16 totems. My boy, we're waiting for the reveal stream, yeah? And after we wait for the patch note. Now I'm pushing the build as I promised. So this is a Templar that I leveled recently on stream and I need to push it. So I said that I will do the upgrades step by step. I also promised that I will not use anything ultra expensive, you know. But I will want to get a 6 link, so I'm still on a 5 link. I will want to get here a 6 link. Much more damage with a 6 link. You don't like the game? Man, I love it. So I was a big fan of Diablo 2, and the Path of Exile 1 was very similar to Diablo. Well, you made something here. You also have a good quiver here. This quiver is great. This is for Shrapnel Ballista, yeah? You should have rerolled it better, my boy. You can go into the menagerie and you try to reroll with Beast the elemental damage to attacks. Yeah? So for Shrapnel Ballista, you don't benefit with elemental damage. Yeah, you can make an imprint. Yeah, and don't worry about the explicits, you can craft them better. The explicits are not that great anyway. You even don't have life. Yeah, so I suggest you go to the menagerie, you put an imprint Beast and you try to reroll the elemental damage to attacks. Anyway, you're rich. You can get attack speed, you can get aura effect for grace, multiple things that you can get. Projectiles fired in random directions, yeah? Let me try to 6 link a breeze swap after this one. Ah boy, put in the chat, do you want me to show you how to craft the rare body armor? So I can show you the rare body armor craft, or I can 6 link a breeze swap. You know, put in the chat and I'll do whatever you want. So some people might not agree with that because the rare body armor will be more expensive than a breeze swap. Breeze swap it's for the first, you know, first days, like 10 days, 20 days. We use breeze swap, it's cheap. Later we wanna craft a rare body armor. It's a deterministic craft, quite easy to craft in my opinion, but you need to have the currency. With league start prices to craft the body armor will be around 5-6 divine orbs, league start prices. But now because it's late keepers I will pay more for the ingredients. Everything is overpriced. So breeze swap, huh?
The vapors are inescapable.
The Rain of Splinter Jewel, we only use it for shrapnel because it's shotguns. Here, if you have like tons of projectiles, will not benefit you that much. So on Shrapnel Ballista, my other build, we are using Rain of Splinters. Here, we do not use Rain of Splinters. It's not that great as you think. You can use Rain of Splinters if you put Barrage support. So there is a support called Barrage, and you drop faster attacks, you put Barrage, and that can benefit Barrage, yeah? But we do not use Barrage here.
The tide of death is rapid.
My boy, you can check the build guide, everything it's... Okay, 1 second. I'll put it on the screen. Here is the build guide. We go on the first page. And I explained what this build can farm, what it cannot farm, on what budget. So I said this build cannot do pinnacle bosses on Uber mode difficulty. This build was not designed for tier 17 mapping. You can do tier 16.5 or 16. If you want to do tier 17, you can. You will transition from Siege Ballista to Shrapnel Ballista. The transition is quite easy. And this build can do all the content from the game. So this build can do everything from the game. Hey, uppercase. Aboy, thank you for the sub. Thank you, boss. Thank you, I appreciate it. So if you want to do all the content from the game, you can switch later from Siege Ballista, the League Starter, to Shrapnel Ballista. And this is a build that can do everything. It can do Simulatum, it can do 5 ways, it can do Blight Ravage maps, can do all the content. 17, all the Uber bosses, etc. So if you really want tier 17, you transition from Siege Ballista to Shrapnel. Here you have gameplay, for example. You click here and you see, without a Mage Blood. So in this build I provided a version with Mage Blood and without a Mage Blood. You see, you can find optimized path of building without a Mage Blood, and here with Mage Blood. With Mage Blood is stronger, of course. So yeah, you have an option here to transition to Shrapnel. Now let's go back inside the game. You just read the build guide. It takes you 3 minutes.
The fire of summer burns.
My boy, you know, real life has priority. We don't play with that.
Mystic pain.
Now, of course, it's a big day today. We have the reveal for the next patch. More people will return. So mark my words, after the reveal stream, a lot of people will come back to Path of Exile 1 because, you know, they will get hyped. So GGG does a good job at making, you know, good reveal streams. You know, people get hyped, you know, people will come back to Path of Exile 1 in flocks. You know, flocks of birds. Okay, let's continue.
Relentless assault.
I'll make a summary tomorrow of everything that they added in the reveal stream. Yeah, tomorrow when I wake up, I'll make a short summary of the stream. I'll make a reminder video about my League Starter too. You know, after I'll make a reminder video with my starter here.
Be torn to shreds.
Okay, let me 6-link this after this map. So the idea is you can do on a 5-link, but you should get a 6-link. Eventually you will get a 6-link. Here I'm playing on a 5-link. Yeah, I will 6-link. Yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube too since 2 days ago. Yeah. You know, I had problems with the music, you know, copyrighted music. So when I was playing on Twitch, I don't have any problems with the music. But when I'm streaming on YouTube, I get a lot of alerts on my mail. You know, copyrighted material, and I don't want my channel closed because of music.
A second victory.
Yeah. By the way, do you like the music? Please tell me that you like the music. Feral Mist, thank you for the support, my boy. Thank you. My boys, tell me if you like the music, yeah? So I try to put music that's not too distracting, but that doesn't suck, you know, something stable for the music. Please write in the chat if you like the music, it's very important for me. So the music that I've been playing till now, let me know in the chat if you like it. So this is not copyrighted, I should not have problems on YouTube with these songs. Good music, I'm glad to hear it. These were made by me with artificial intelligence and FL Studio. So all the tracks that you're hearing now on stream were made by me with artificial intelligence and FL Studio at the end. That's why I was asking. So all the songs that you heard until now were made by me. Were easy by me, with artificial intelligence it's easy. So it's like 90% artificial intelligence, 10% FL Studio to put some filters at the end. No, now it's easier, man. So making music now in 2026, it's much easier if you use artificial intelligence. In the past, yeah, for sure, I was using Cubase and, you know, Reason X6 and Cubase X6. That's how I was making the music from scratch. But why waste so much time to make all the notes from zero when you can just use the AI? Does item rarity and quantity influence Ultimatum rewards? Just the catalyst. So from Ultimatum, the only reward that's affected by the quantity of the map are the catalyst. You get higher catalyst stacks the more quantity you have on the map. All the other rewards are not affected. So if you want to run the map white, you can. So the divine orbs, the divination cards, etc. are not affected by the quantity from Ultimatum. Yeah, well, you need to understand that the biggest money maker on League Strat from Ritual are the rares. This is the secret. A lot of Saki boys, they don't know this and they skip. For example, this quiver you can sell on League Strat. It will be like 3 chaos. You can get bow attacks for an additional arrow on the quiver. Very expensive. You can get skill gems. So yeah, a lot of Saki boys then don't check the rares. This on League Start is the biggest money maker. So on the League Start, the first 10 days, you can make a lot of profit with the rares. Okay, let me get a 6 link after this one. Yeah, I will stream it actually. So the Mirage reveal will be in 2 hours. I hope 2 hours, no? 2 hours, yeah. So I will ask you again, do you want me to stay on a brief swap 6 link or do you want me to craft the rare body armor? So when the build is fully done, we're gonna use a rare body armor, but I also want to showcase with cheap items. So brief swap is cheaper than the rare body armor. So I think I should stay with a brief swap if I'm gonna do some practice runs now. We don't craft the rare body armor. So I want to get a 6 link now. I played enough on a 5 link, I want to get a 6 link. It will be much more powerful. Look, a lot of chaos from Ritual too. So of course, if you get a 6 link, will be even more damage. Here I'm doing tier 16, damage is fine, but it will be even stronger with a 6 link. So yeah, let's 6 link after this map. I got tired of 5 link. I played for the last 2 days, I played on a 5 link. Now it's time to get a 6 link. Eventually everyone will get a 6 link. You keep farming, yeah? Buy some fusing, you get a 6 link. Not a big deal. Ooh. I mean, in 10 days, in my opinion, in 10 days, everyone should get a 6 link. More than enough. Yeah, 10 days is more than enough to get a 6 link. Look, let me keep this one. So when you try to get a 6 link, I suggest you buy another brisk swap. Anyway, it's cheap. So you keep the one that you have, and you buy a separate one that you try to 6 link. That's what I recommend. So let's do it right now. Gonna put brisk swap. This is a very common body armor. We want item level, let's put something higher, you know, like... Yeah. And I'm also checking a little the rolls here, yeah. I'm picky, by the way. You can take this one. Yeah, me too. I get a 6 link quite fast, but for some people it's hard. Maybe they don't have a lot of time to play and they struggle to get a 6 link. For me, getting a 6 link, it's easy. Usually on day 1, day 2, I have a 6 link. But for a new player, it can take 10 days or more. When I league start, I get my 6 link in like day 1 or day 2. I already have it. So what I recommend here, the Omen of the Jewelers. here. It's cheaper than if you roll manually with Jeweler's Orb, it can take you longer. Just buy Omen over the Jewelers. Even on Lickstar, this is cheap. It will give you the 6 socket. And now you manually click, or you can use the bench recipe if you want, up to you. So some people will like to gather currency until they have 1,500 fusing, and they will link it like this. I personally like to roll it manually like this. Up to you. If you want to use the recipe, it's up to you. I like to put it like this. I don't recommend the Beast recipe on Lickstart because a lot of new players can die. You know, they are new to the game, they suck, they can die. That's the problem. So in order to do the Beast recipe with Black Morrigan in the Menagerie, you need to kill it. Yeah? And we have a lot of Saki boys that will die and they waste the Beast. It happened. So that's why I recommend fusing, because we have a lot of new players playing this build. And if they die with Lickstart items, they will lose the Beast. Yeah, the drops are on. Let me check it again. Let me check it again. I need to double check. Of course they are on. 1 second. I need to double check now. You made me curious. 1 moment. Yeah, the drops are on. Yeah, I activated. But of course, when the reveal will start, will be available. Yeah. So they need to start the reveal stream for the drops. You cannot get the drops now. Yeah, we need to wait like 2 hours. Then you will get the drops. So I just checked. The drops are activated, of course. Yeah, it's fine. Of course I'm ready. I'm also ready for the patch notes, which are very important. Remember to put quality. This will give you better odds of hitting a 5-link, 6-link. So when you try to 6-link a weapon or a body armor, you should put quality. Yeah, I've seen that crap. Yesterday I messed it up. So we have a button in the skill tree that refunds all the passives, and I click it by mistake. You know what's painful? It costs a lot of gold. So to respec all your passives, it requires a lot of gold too. So I wasted my gold too. In 1 year, I should 6-link it. 1 second. My boy, Durnanville 0926. Boss, thank you for the support. Thank you. Have a good league start in 8 days. Okay, let's go to Act 1 and try to link it there. All the time I link it in Act 1, I get it fast.
Come on. Do it. Do it!
We can also be cocky. Let's show off. Put this crap here. So usually when I get Act 1, I get it very fast. Don't ask me why. Falsificator. Boss, thank you for the support. Have a lovely day and a good league start in 8 days. Thank you. The pennies. The pennies. 1 sec. You're a Saki boy. You can use the crafting recipe too. You gather 1,500 and you can use the crafting recipe too. Yeah, but it's not for new players class, or Tiny Turbo Fusing will be more expensive on Lickstart, yeah? So for new players that are new to Path of Exile, they should put it like this.
Come on.
And since this is a new player friendly build, I need to do it like this, yeah? Tiny Turbo Fusing is not for new players. Also, the Black Morrigan, it's also not for new players. They can die, you know? they go to the menagerie, they use the black Morrigan beast, and they die, and they lose the beast. So they need to do it like this, or they put the bench this side. Guess we stay on a 5 link then. You're a Saki boy. Let me use the recite. So yeah, you can use the black Morrigan recite. It's cheap now anyway. So there is a beast called Black Morrigan. You can use this scrap. Remember, we have a different economy on Leakstar. So on Leakstar there is a different economy. So this Black Morrigan I think will be cheaper, I hope. So this is late keepers, and on Leakstar we have a different economy, so don't pay too much attention to the prices. I think I need to remove the sockets, no? Let's try. This one to have maximum possible links. Can I use the gems inside? No, I need to remove them. Again, I'm not using awakened gems here. The only gem that I recommend to buy is this one, added cold damage level 21 without quality. So people are doing heist, are doing different content where they are dropping level 21, and that's why it's cheap even on Leakstar, but without quality. So level 21, 20 it's expensive. Level 21 without quality is cheap. So this is what I recommend. Of course, I'm not using awakened gems here. Now put here. Oh fuck! No! Man, I'm a Saki boy. I'm a Saki boy. You know what I did? No, fuck. I cannot attack, of course. You know, you're a Saki boy. Sometimes you suck. Let me see if I can reload and do it another character. You're a Saki boy. Let's do it my main character here. It happens, you know. Oh shit. I did some testing here. Okay, let me change the character. Let's do another one. Let's do Totem Tarantula. We do it this one. You're a Saki boy. Okay, let's do it now. You're a Saki boy. Oh, what do you know? It's. I think I fucked it up. I fucked it up. Fuck the beast. Fuck the beast. So I cannot attack. I need my body armor, no? I lost the beast. No, fuck the beast. Fuck the beast, my boys. We fuck the beast. Boy. Let me use something else. I'll use Tiny Turbo Fusings. Beautiful. Give me a second. Let's buy one. Put here Breeze Swap. Put here Breeze Swap. Let's buy it with random corrupted. Usually I get a good corruption. You can get projectile gems, for example, but people will start complaining if I get corrupted. So I will still use it normally. So let's search it. Let me buy this. We can also craft the rare, my boys. You want me to show you the rare? So if you want, we can craft the rare body armor, yo. Why stay with the fucking Breeze Squad when we can craft the rare body armor? Let me know if you want, and I will show you how to craft. I'm reading the chat. Do you want me to craft the rare body armor? So let's say I'm reading the chat. Let me know. I can 6-link this crap. I will link it eventually, don't worry. Or I can craft the rare body armor. Okay, let's do it. So let's swap here to the website. Give me a second. We swap to the website. No. Shh. Go here to the website. One moment. Now you can see it. And you have a shopping list, including for the crafting section for the body armor. So this is the rare body armor crafting section from the better trading that I provided. Remember that in the build guide you have a timestamp where I show step by step how to craft it. Yeah. So we start with the base. Let's start with this one. Yeah, let's buy it. I need to switch in game so you can see. So this is the number one that we need to buy. Let's put again the website. The second ingredient will be with the Redeemer, yeah? Let's see, already elevated, how much it is. Yeah, we need to elevate it ourselves because there's no way I'm gonna pay this much. So let's see. Here, base is to elevate yourself. I even wrote it. You see, base is to elevate yourself. You buy a base here, doesn't matter, any base. Okay, let's buy it. You see, the craft is extremely easy. It's extremely easy to do. Now there is a problem. The Orb of Dominance is expensive now, but on League Start it's a different price, it's a different situation. On League Start Orb of Dominance it's like 100 Chaos, 1 Divine. Now who knows how much I need to pay because it's a different economy. So I need to buy this thing, Orb of Dominance. This will be expensive, I repeat. Because here I'm playing on Keepers. This on League Start it's 100. Or 1 Divine. 101 Divine. But now because it's Keepers I need to pay much more. So do not get scared. You know, some people will get scared now. It's a different economy on League Start. So what we want here, we need to elevate the dexterity. You see, increase dexterity, it's a special modifier from the Redeemer influence. Yeah? Increase mana recovery, also special influence. If you have two special influence modifiers, you can elevate one of them. So the moment I put here Orb of Dominance, it can select either increase dexterity or increase mana recovery rate. So it's 50-50 to elevate the dexterity, which is what I want. And of course it elevated the wrong one to destroy my stream. In this case, it's a brick, yeah? You can sell it the elevation and you need to buy another base. Oh fuck, I forgot. Oh shit, don't worry, I missed it. No problem. Anyway, it missed. We're gonna buy another one. Let's buy this one. So spoilers, it missed, you know. Let's buy another one and I will... Yeah, my bad. Oh, okay, sorry about that. Now I remove it, now you can see, sorry. So what I was saying, that this orb, it's 100 Chaos, 1 Divine in the first 10-15 days. Now it's a different economy in Keeper, so I paid 4.5 Divines. So it's a different economy now, that's what I was saying. So here is the body armor with the elevation, it's a Redeemer influenced body armor, random. And we need to elevate the dexterity. Yeah? So we have here increased dexterity, this is a special modifier from the Redeemer influence. And how Orb of Dominance works, it will pick one of these two special modifiers. We have you and your minions take reduced and reflected elemental damage and increased dexterity. It will pick one at random and will make it better, yeah? And we need to pick the increased dexterity, that's it. So it's 50-50 to pick the dexterity or the minion crap. And it elevated the dexterity. Dexterity, when it's elevated, it also grants you one level of socketed dexterity gems. So this is the elevated dexterity. In addition to percentage dexterity, you have +1 socketed dexterity gems. And now the last phase will be easy. So this body armor that we bought, you go here to the fortification station and you put reforge attack or crit. Yeah, we need to get this one. Attacks have critical hit chance, but it needs to be tier 1. And the only special modifier with Hunter influence, which in my case is the only one. So you want this modifier. Attacks have critical hit chance, which I have it. And now we can merge them together. Again, you should check the build guide. I explained clearly step by step what to do. You need to buy an Awaken Gems. This one, Awakener's Orb. Of course, this will also be expensive now. It's a different economy. So this shit, it's like 100 Chaos in the first 10-20 days on a League Start. But now it's more expensive because this is Keeper's League. So it's a different economy now. You need to click on the body armor that will donate the elevation into this one. So this one will get destroyed. So you start the click with this one and you put on this one. Okay, let's see. I got cold resistance, not bad. And now we need to get additional curse. How we get it? We go here to the bench and you put suffixes cannot be changed. This will make it that the critical hit chance and the increased dexterity will remain unchanged when I reforge here, reforge caster. So this is a guaranteed craft. After you put suffixes cannot be changed, you go here and you put reforge caster. This will give you the possibility to add an additional curse. Look. This is a guaranteed craft to make. So now I have elevated dexterity, I have critical hit chance, and you can apply an additional curse. At the end, you want more armor and evasion. So you will go here, and you put armor and evasion. Give me a second, this one, increased armor and evasion. You try to get 74 or 73. I got 74. You also put some quality. Put here some quality. And you call it a day. Now, this is way better than a brisk swap in terms of defenses and damage. Defenses. So brisk swap gives you around 500 evasion. This one gives you like 1600 armor and 1600 evasion, so much better. And we have a lot of increases for evasion and armor in the skill tree. It will make you much tankier than this one. Yeah, so this will be when the league starts first 10-20 days. I don't want to slam it because I can get low tier life. You know, I can get like 5 life, 20 life. I don't want. I can use that mastery now. If you don't have life on the body armor, there is a mastery here that gives you 50% maximum life. I stop here. No, I don't want to block life because I can get low armor and evasion. So if I go to the bench and I block life, when I slam I can get armor and evasion like 12%, 20%. And my priority is to have as much armor and evasion as possible. So it's risky. If I block life and I put exhaust slam, I can get armor and evasion like 20%, 12%. It will give me less defenses. Yeah, Fallborn Exalted Orbs is a good solution, yeah. But it's expensive. Now we need to link this. You know, I love it. So in order to link it, we make the sockets first. You can use the Omen of the Jewelers too, yeah? Remember. No, if you want 12 dexterity, you put a Diviner. So this you can reroll. So this rolls from 9 to 12, yeah? If you want, you put a Diviner and it can roll up to 12. You can do it later when you farm more currency. That's not a problem. So the 10% dexterity is not a problem. You can roll it to 12 later. You know, so it's not a problem. You roll it if you want. Let's take the Omen. You know, I'm unlucky today. So you have here Omen of the Jewelers. This is cheap even on League Start. It's not expensive. It's like 10 kills on League Start. And now you get your sockets like that. Now we need to link.
Thus, the vagary of chance.
Okay, let me buy some fuses. You can use the bench recite or you can manually click, up to you. Give me like 300, you know, Spartans. Come on, give me a 60. I like this MTX. Let's go to Act 1. No, I don't want to break it and start all over again. So you play it safe on League Start. You don't want to slam it. It's a use that mastery, 15% maximum life, and that's it. Later, when you farm more currency, you can risk it. So this is pretty much a guaranteed craft. As long as you see, in the build guide you have a timestamp how to craft the body armor, yeah? You follow the steps and you can make it. It's, you know, like 99% guaranteed craft. All that you need is to have the Orb of Dominance and Awakening's Order. You can farm for them. On League Star they are way cheaper, yeah, than now. So it's a different economy. So Orb of Dominance first 10 days is like 100 Chaos, 1 Divine, yeah? Beautiful. Let me get an Omen. I got eventually will get a 6-link, but I don't want to stay all day here. Let me get here an Omen to 6-link this crap. Yeah, okay, put here Omen. Connection, this one, let's buy it. You will click manually. You will get it eventually. You can use the bench recite too. Okay, let me get the fuse in here.
I should raise my fees.
So with this in inventory, it gives you a 16. Call it a day. Now we need to get the sockets. So we need 2 red, 1 blue. Now this body armor, it's inclined to give you red and green sockets because it's armor and evasion. So what we can put here? We can this one we can put at least one blue socket until we get 2 red. Oh look, I got it. And now we put the gems, which by the way they need to level up. Let's see Siege Ballista, how much? So what's so great about this body armor? Let's repeat again. So in addition to extra defenses, additional curse, etc., it will give you Siege Ballista to level 22, so which will mean 1 extra totem. Let me demonstrate visually. So I'll buy here a Siege Ballista gem, yeah, and we make sure that it's level 21. Okay, I will show you why it's important in case you missed the build guide. The reason I didn't buy the fusings for the bench because my inventory is limited and I had to clean my inventory again, make a lot of you know, go back and forth to Stash and Faustus, and I had the currency to buy it directly. That's why I bought the Omen to speed up things. So let's check it without level 21. I can summon 15 totems, yeah. Now look what happens if you put level 21 here. This will get to Siege Ballista level 22. At level 22 you get 1 additional totem. So now I have 16. Yeah, because the body armor gives +1 level of socketed dexterity gems. And we don't stop here. Later we will swap faster attacks with enhanced level 4, which will give you more attack speed. So we put here enhance support and you make sure that it's level 4. I mean, for budget you can actually, if you have the rare body armor, you can get the level 3 too. But I prefer level 4. So let's see why it's so big enhanced level 4. For those that don't know the build. So on League Start we use faster attacks, I explained. I've been using faster attacks till now. Faster attacks will give you around 55 attack speed, yeah? But look what happens if you put enhanced level 4. So now it will become enhanced level 5, which will give you extra quality for Siege Ballista. Yeah? So let's see what happens on Siege Ballista on quality. It gives you extra attack speed per totem. With enhance here level 5, it will give you 13 attack speed per totem. So this is 13 multiplied by 16. Let me use the calculator in my case now. So 16 multiplied by 13, it's 208 attack speed. So with this one you get 200 attack speed. With this one you get 50 attack speed. So you see it's 4 times better. If you put enhance, it's 4 times better than faster attack. This gives me 50 attack speed, and this gives me more than 200 attack speed. Yeah? So it's way better. Faster attacks we just use on League Start on the first days to get your basic currency. So this is 4 times better than this one. Good. Now we need a gem here. Let's take critical damage, yeah? Increased critical damage. This will be for the 6th link. Let me get it simple, 2020. Buy this way. And now the build, it's smooth sailing at this point. In terms of dexterity, don't worry, we wanna put a split personality here. This you will want to divine to 12%, you will get it up there. You need to get more levels, it's fine. So here I will put a split personality pretty soon. You will upgrade it. Here I got a timeless jewel, you know, just with 3 nodes you get with more nodes. I mean, multiple things that you can do. Okay, let's do a map showcase now. Of course it will be better, much better actually. Let me get the beach map. This one we will do it. If you do Ultimatum, you can run it without any juicing. It only affects the Catalyst reward, yeah? No need. So here I'm getting +1 socketed dexterity gems, which is similar to +1 gems from Briscoe. Yeah? So don't need, you still get 1 extra totem from here. Check how fast the totems will attack though. Man, can you see the, yeah, you can see. You ask me about no regeneration, I'll show you. So after this map, I will run a map with no regeneration and I will explain what to do because it's easy. Let me finish this map and we do a no regen map. So this build can do all the modifiers. especially when it's fully done. So after this map, I'll do a map with no regen and explain what I'm doing. So see, they attack much more faster. So this is way better than faster attacks. Faster attacks, it's for league start, I repeat, the first days, no? Day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can do 5 ways. But for 5 ways you should get more dexterity, like minimum 1800. When you have minimum 1800, you can farm 5 ways without problems. So I need now to focus on more dexterity. My next upgrade is split personality with dexterity. That's my next upgrade. No, the way I made the build, we're not squishy. So I don't like squishy builds. You actually have good defenses and they will get even better. So with this body armor, physical damage reduction, it's around 75%. When the build is fully done, you'll have 85% dodge. So in addition, you barely get hit later. You have spell suppression, yeah. So when the build is fully done, it's not squishy. So this is not your typical siege ballista. I adapted it for new players. That's why we can do 5 ways. You will not get one-shotted. So yeah, you don't know POEGuy. I don't like squishy builds. So if I adapt a build, it will not be squishy. I still have a lot of upgrades. So what you see here is nothing. I still have upgrades. Also, I can get awakened gems. Okay, let's do the rest. No, it will get better. So they are already good. It will get much better than that. I also need to buy Watcher's Eye with grace modifiers. Yeah. We'll do this.
Ruin reaches for you from afar.
Let me change the MTX. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah. Look, this is expensive, Olixstar. Prismatic Catalyst, it's expensive.
Everywhere your gaze falls, there shall be only ruin.
Take this.
Relentless assault.
I don't have yet. I will buy it soon. So until you get Sleepless Sentries, you will use on Leaguestar temporarily a silver flask. So this is for Leaguestar. Until you make your medium cluster jewel with Sleepless Sentries, you will use a silver flask. When you get Sleepless Sentries, you will drop the flask and you put something else. Pretty soon, I need to get one more level here.
Miasma spreads.
For ritual, you want to do City Square. Yeah? So the best map for ritual is City Square, and you start with the middle with the boss, yeah? So yeah, City Square.
Contamination moves.
It gives you a lot of tribute. It's also not that bad for Ultimatum. City Square, it's okay for Ultimatum. It's not that bad. Yeah, I've seen actually. Yeah, when I messed up my skill tree.
Your doom
You
is
know,
dark.
a couple of guys clipped it. So I will level up and I will get the medium cluster jewel, so I get one slot faster.
Hate begets hate.
Oh, my boys! My boys, I did something here which I forgot. Let me finish the ultimatum and I will explain. Come on, let me finish this. This is a great body armor, but you want to get gem levels, you know, like +2 area of effect, +2 skill gems. It can be expensive, it depends on the corruption.
Death is swift. This will not continue.
Okay, so let me show you here. The moment I crafted this body armor now on stream, you should get... the second curse will come as a corruption from Crimson. So we get Frostbite from the Frenzy setup, and the additional curse will come from the gloves. And you can look for Enfeeble, Elemental Weakness, or Temporal Chains. Any of these free curses are great. So now because I have an additional curse here from the body armor, we can get a corruption on the gloves to get that curse. So let me finish the map and we're gonna do that. Glacier map. So another option will be Glacier. But they will not, I don't think they will remove City Square. We will see in 2 hours. So in the patch notes, they will explain which maps go out of rotation. Yeah, we're gonna check it together. See, ritual, a lot of chaos orb all the time. But I'm looking here for something more expensive. Chaos orb everywhere, huh? Let me check this one. So a lot of fractured items can be very expensive on League Start, and in ritual you get a lot of fractured items, yeah? Let me take this. Kill the boss. Yeah, Strength Stacker will be the GOAT. So we stay with this one, which is a Dexterity stacking, until around 2000 Dexterity, and we stop. Then we farm currency, and you aim to make my Shrapnel Ballista. That can do everything from the game. It can do Simulacrum, 5 ways, Tier 17, Uber Mode bosses, etc. So yeah. Okay, let me buy here some other gloves. So the moment you craft this body armor, you need to change your gloves to benefit from the extra curse. So let's put here Crimson. And we look for a curse. Let's try Elemental Weakness. Here, curse enemies on hit. Fine. Let's put it. So this you take only when you craft the red body armor. So now you have 2 curses, Frostbite and Elemental Weakness. Man, they are restarting the game. In 10 minutes. Shit. You know, we can talk about my League starter from the website. So I'll open the build guide. We're gonna have a quality chat regarding my starter until they restart the client. So there is a button here on your keyboard, on the question mark, you know. So press question mark on your keyboard, you know, there is an inclined line, squishy line, you need to press that thing. So this is a recent addition to the game. That's how you get it. Okay, let's put the links. Since it's corrupted, we're gonna use the bench. So we put 4 sockets.
Come on! Do it!
Put here 2
Do
links.
it!
Here you can put Cast When Dead Portal. It's very useful on League Start. And let's put here red and blue. At least 1 red and blue socket. Put it like this. And we can put here Portal Cast When Dead. So this is the setup that I recommend for League Start. Let me see, do I have a portal? Yeah, I have it. So when you die, if you die, it opens a portal, you don't need to walk back. And the cast on that, you have it from Lily. It's a green gem. This one. So let's say you die, which can happen on start. It will open the portal exactly to the place where you died. You don't need to backtrack. My boy, you cannot lick start with Shrapnel Ballista, yeah? You can only lick start with Siege Ballista. And also I'll make a reminder here, because you're new. Siege Ballista can work in tier 16 for as low as 1 Divine Orb. Shrapnel Ballista needs minimum 120 Divine Orbs. So it's a price difference. You see? Siege Ballista can clear tier 16 as low as 1 Divine. Shrapnel Ballista, in order to work, you need around 120 Divines. So as you can see, it's much more expensive. That's another reason why you cannot lick start with Shrapnel. Yeah, so there is a price difference here, quite big. So with Shrapnel you can transition later, and I explained that it's a separate build. So the transition, it's optional, it's not mandatory. You can stay with Siege because this is a great build, as it is. Nobody forces you to go into Shrapnel. Let's do no regen. Okay, someone asked me if my build can do no regen. Let's get no regeneration and we're gonna do it. So I'm looking for you cannot regenerate life.
No rest for the wicked.
So I'm looking for the no regen modifier, yeah?
No rest for the wicked. Bring death.
I don't want to click too fast.
No rest.
So I'm gonna do this map with no regen and I will explain what to do. Here, my boys, check. Players cannot regenerate life. My build can do it. But I need to explain what to do. So here on we use inspiration, yeah, on the setup. You need to replace inspiration with lifetime. That's it. If you have a map with no regen, you will drop inspiration temporarily for the map and you put lifetime. And now we're gonna heal with the life flask. Let me show you. So this map has no regen, we're gonna do it. No, I played yesterday all day. I played with a setup like 50 kills. Now I pushed the build. So I made a promise yesterday that I will push the build. If you want to see the build with 50 kills or doing tier 16, check the Twitch VOD from yesterday. Now I'm pushing the build. So I played enough with cheap items. Now I'm showing the upgrade progression. So you have it on Twitch. Past days I played with very, very cheap items. Under 50 kills, I was doing tier 16. You can check the Twitch VOD. You see, I will heal with the flask. This map has no regen and I can do it. Will be slightly less DPS because my setup from the bow will get disabled, so I'm not putting frost bombs, I'm not putting frost bites, but it's fine, you can do it. So you watch your life. When it goes down, you heal with the flask. No, you stick with these gloves, yeah? Stick with we don't want rare conversion gloves. This will save you some skill point nodes. So you have full conversion from things, or when later you get some corruptions on it. You can get even double corruptions because this is very cheap. You do not want rare gloves with conversion. You do not want that crap. Plus, you don't want to invest too much currency into this build because you can transition later to Shrapnel Ballista, which is superior. So Shrapnel Ballista on 100 divines beats Siege Ballista on 2 Mirrors of Calandra. So whoever is putting rare conversion gloves, all that crap, is not smart. He should focus on Shrapnel Ballista. That build is similar in playstyle, has better defenses, better damage, better everything. So it's superior. I tell people to stop to 2000 dexterity and then farm currency if they want to do Uber mod bosses, if they want to do tier 17, then they can transition to Shrapnel Ballista because it's way better. Much better defenses, much better damage. So don't push Siege Ballista too much. This will have to do it. If you want to upgrade your team, or get corruptions. You can even get double corruptions because these are very common gloves. Yeah, you can get attack speed, critical hit chance, increase maximum life, etc. No, you do not want Shaper Touch, you need conversion. So you need to convert the physical damage that you get from the bow. You get a lot of physical damage and into cold damage. So the reason we use Scream Sorrow, the main reason is the physical damage converted to cold damage. So you do not use Shaper Touch here. We need a conversion. Ooh. Look, I'm doing a map with no regen here. It's not ideal because it's stressful, but you can do it. Look. So map has no regen. I do it. Okay. Here we're gonna put a jewel right now with will give us onslaught for 3, meaning that I can drop the flask. So I no longer need a flask, we get onslaught from the jewel. Man, check the guide. The split personality will come here. We have a medium cluster jewel, and at the end, there is the jewel socket. There we're gonna put the split personality. It will be here. To get 2000 dexterity, you need around 15-20 diviners with league start prices. Yeah? So 15-20 divines if you want to get 2000 dexterity here. But the build is already good as it is. You have over 200 videos on my YouTube channel with this ballista build. Over 200 videos. Different budgets, different setups, different league starts. So yeah, most of my videos on YouTube are with this build. Okay, let's check here. So again, ritual 80% is junk, but 20% you get crazy rich. I mean, if you don't like ritual, there are some people that don't like ritual. You can do ultimatum then and call it a day. Ultimatum, it's great. Look, I'm doing ultimatum with no regen. So here I have no regen. I need to be careful, of course. You need to pay attention to your life here. Also, I cannot dash because I don't have life tap to my dash skill, yeah? So I'm looking at my life. When it goes down, I press the flask. So instead of spending mana, I spend life to summon the totems.
Relentless assault.
So yeah, we can do no regen. This is useful on League Start when you need to do your bonus objectives. Some of the red maps will have no regen, you know, and you need to run it.
Death's cold grip is inescapable.
Take this.
Hate begets hate.
Pay attention to your flask and life.
A slither of the winter of the world returns.
Again, it's not ideal to farm with no regen, but I'm showing that you can do it. So usually when I see a no regen map, I will roll over it. It is stressful. But if you need for bonus objectives, you can do no regen.
Ruin is all around. Be torn to shreds.
I don't like they cannot use dash. You need to have life tap linked to dash too. So you can use it, yeah. Just take.
So be it. As disappointed.
It's like night and day. If you want, I can log in now on Shrapnel and show you gameplay. So Shrapnel Ballista It's like 5 times better or 7 times better than Siege Ballista. This is already strong. This is already strong, but it's much better shrapnel. You know, better defenses and better damage. You can even do simulacrums with shrapnel. So yeah, it's like 5 times better. Okay, and after you're done with the map, you need to put back inspiration.
Check in with me when you have
So when you're done with the no regen map, you swap back life tap and you put inspiration. 1 second, let's do a normal map now.
Random chance must dictate you win. Occasion.
1 second. Let's buy the jewel with sleepless sentries. I can also show you how to craft. My boy, let me show you how to craft the jewel. So here we put a medium cluster jewel. Let's see how we can craft it. So we go here. We get the base first. So we need this node here. Put here. 1 second, I'm getting the base. To get the base fast, you can put it like me. You put the node here, you put rare. And here you want to put 4 passive skills maximum. And you disable the C+ sentries. And now you have the base. Give me a second. We delete these things here. And we put here totem damage. For the item level you want minimum 68. So if it's under 68 you cannot get sleepless sentries. And here you get the base. Let's buy a base. Of course not corrupted, so we put here corrupted no. Here corrupted no. And we're gonna roll it to get sleepless sentries.
the dog is in the hen house.
My boys, I can show you Shrapnel Ballista. Let me know in the chat.
I've got some
So if you want to see it, I can relog and I will show you Shrapnel Ballista, which I explain it's better than Siege. Siege is already strong, it's a good starter, it's very cheap also, but Shrapnel Ballista is better than Siege. So if you want, let me know, I can relog and I will show you. So here when you have the base, the cheapest way to craft it's with Orb of Alteration. So you will make it magic and you roll it until you get sleepless sentries. Let's put it like you click slowly. Don't click too fast. And this will be the cheapest way to craft it yourself. When you get sleepless sentries, you call it a day. Orb of Alteration should be cheap even on day 3, day 4 is cheap. In 1 year I should get sleepless sentries. I got it. Also with chaos resistance. What I recommend here after you get it, you should try to put extra modifiers. So like Orb of Augmentation if it's 1, or a Regal Orb. Yeah, because you get extra modifiers, why not? And now we put it here. And I can drop the life flask. Let me see, can I drop some? Let's drop this temporarily. And we take this node, Sleepless Sentries. We no longer need the silver flask for onslaught, because now just by summoning the totem you get onslaught. So now we can put another flask here. You can put a sulfur flask or amethyst flask. I recommend an amethyst flask until you get here Light of Meaning with chaos resistance. Until you get the version with chaos resistance, you can put amethyst flask here. Let's roll it. When charge is reached full, of course. Let's take a random amethyst flask here. We roll it with something useful. Crit, it's fine here. And you put when charge is reached full. Because we get onslaught from the medium cluster jewel. You can also put some quality on your flasks so they last longer. Quality like this. Fine. Now we can buy a split personality too. Split personality will give us more dexterity. We will place it here, yeah? So let's buy it. The only change that I would do from my recent test, initially I told people to get with dexterity and maximum life. It's actually better to get with dexterity and armor. So when you buy the split personality, you buy with dexterity and armor, it's superior. It gives you like 340 armor or something. So this is the best in slot version actually, with dexterity and armor, not dexterity and life. Yeah, it will help you even more with physical damage reduction.
Repairs you might want to tend.
Okay, we put it there.
Oh,
Let me see if I can drop
with
something.
me when you have
Temporarily, I will drop something so I can put it. Okay, I'll drop the taunt. Put it here. Check my dexterity. Now we put this one. See? So it gives me 40 dexterity and 320 armor. Now, we can reach easy 1800 dexterity if you put here another fluid motion jewel. So here I'm using fluid motion jewels. These are very common even on League Start. Very common jewels. We will put another one here. And with the jewel here, I should be 1800 dexterity. No, with this build, you can do all the modifiers pretty much, but you should be more careful with no regeneration.
Do it!
So here we will put a fluid motion, and I will reach 1800 dexterity. Let me see if I can drop something. We can drop these things here. Let me check my resistances. Oh, I'll keep them. You can level up. I mean, you level up some more, and you put here another fluid motion, and it will give you a lot of dexterity. Another thing, when you buy the fluid motions, this was on League Start. You can get with better rolls. This rolls from 16 to 24. Now, this is a very common jewel, so you should try to get with 24 dexterity. Yeah, when you buy it. This I bought it on purpose with lower rolls, yeah? Okay, let's do another map. We do it fast. They are about to restart the servers, you know? I mean, we can do this one, why not? No, we do not use Mage Blood here. If you want a Mage Blood, you can do it on my other build, Shrapnel. When you transition to Shrapnel Ballista, you can use a Mage Blood. On that one. If you have shit rewards, you don't take them. So here I'm reading the altar. If it's nothing expensive, you don't take. So at this point I'm tanky. So this is no longer problematic. So the build at this point it becomes tanky. When you get when you craft this body armor, also the more you level up, you'll get more life. So at this point it's tanky a bit. I got hit by the lasers. We can do 5 ways. After the server restarted, we will do a couple of 5 ways. You need a tanky build for 5 ways, yeah? Oh shit! My boy! Man, I need to log out, sorry. We have a timer to the left, yeah? Whoa. Yeah. We log out. The servers are restarting, yeah? I don't want a rollback. Yeah, they might roll back, that's the problem. So we're gonna wait for the servers. We're gonna talk now about my League Starter a little. As you can see, I play a lot of Templars. Yeah? So I've been playing Siege Ballista more than 5 years. Okay, so the servers are offline. Let's put the guide here on the screen. Yeah, we go to the build guide. So you ask me about tier 17. If you actually open the build guide, if you scroll down a little, it tells you what this build can farm, on what budget. We can actually do 16.52. So tier 16, 16.5, all the content. Harvest, no problem. Everything. Legion, no problem. If you want to farm Pinnacle bosses on Uber mode difficulty, no. If you want to do tier 17, no. You can transition, you have the option to transition from Siege Ballista Hierophant to Shrapnel Ballista Hierophant, which is very similar in playstyle. And can do all the content from the game. So after you League Start, you unlock your Atlas and farm some currency, you have the option to switch to this one. Okay, let's open a video. She died, yeah? Now let's collect the loot, and let's see what we can do next. Here I'm not playing with a Mage Blood, by the way. So this build has a version with Mage Blood and a version without a Mage Blood. Here I'm playing with the version without the Mage Blood. Here are the items that I'm using. You see no Mage Blood. Don't look at the Progenesis. This is not mandatory for the build. Yeah, in this particular league, I dropped the Progenesis. That's why I'm using. So I did a Uber and I dropped the Progenesis and I equipped it. But you don't need the Progenesis for the build to function. And you have gameplay. Look, I'm doing Uber Shaper here, for example. So this is on Uber mode. I'm doing... you can do Sanctums too. So it's way better than Siege Ballista. You have more defensive layers. Look, I'm doing the Fear. Let's see the Fear. And again, these are not the best in slot items, yeah? Look, I even have Astramentis here. So no Mage Blood, Astramentis, yeah? Let's see how it went with Fear. My boy! Caramel Ooze! Man, what a name you have. Thank you for the support. Have a good league start in 8 days. Thank you. Also, I juiced it, yeah? So this is the Fear, then I juiced the invitation. Check here. So it's not white. Okay, let's see how it goes. So, if you want to do the hardest content from the game, you transition from Siege to Shrapnel. And this is Shrapnel. I cannot be in game now because the servers are restarting, yeah? We need to wait a little. So this is the Fear with Shrapnel. The items are around 100 Divine Orbs. What I have here in this video, okay, excluding the Progenesis. So Progenesis, I dropped it. So in this particular league, I did Uber Maven. And I dropped on the first try Progenesis. That's why I equipped it. Yeah. But it's not mandatory for the build Progenesis. Yeah, we have a lot of upgrades, including a Mage Blood here. So Shrapnel, later you want to put a... Look, I died. Oh shit, must be a shit build. Oh. So yeah, later you transition to a Mage Blood, will be stronger. But first we do it without a Mage Blood. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, so the Fear is not that easy. Plus they make it even harder now with Sirius. So in each build that I provide, I like to put at the top gameplay, yeah? So people can put some expectations, even for Siege Ballista. Yeah, so you see gameplay before you make it. In all my guides you have this crap. So the second video, the first video is the video guide, the second video will be the gameplay showcase. Okay, let's see what other bosses we have. Look, tier 17. Here I explained how to roll the maps. We had a lot of new players, they didn't use the regex. So let's see how it goes. Oh, Fortress is the easiest. So the easiest tier 17 is Fortress. Again, I'm not using a Mage Blood here, I need to point it out. Man, do we have sound? 1 second. And this, I love it. My boys, tell me if you can hear the sound. It's important for me because I'm about to stream on Twitch. I'm about to put the stream from GGG on Twitch, so we need to make sure that you can hear the sound. Here I'm gonna play it, and please tell me in the chat if you can hear the sound, it's important. Tell me if you can hear it. You see? A lot. Now let's go to the boss. I want to show you the boss. Okay, perfect. Great. So I will open the official stream from GGG and discuss when they put the reveal, yeah? And I need to make sure that you can hear what they say. Thank you. I mean, I can... Let's see what I say, you know. This I did it a couple of, you know, like 2 years ago. I'm looking at the altas, it's something crazy. Now I want to use this at the maximum value. For those who don't know, if you put this at maximum value, the enemies are very hard. And I'm doing this in a tier 17 map. So the enemies are very hard, these enemies. But if you run in circles while placing your totems, you'll be fine. Let me just... Okay, let's see for the boss. I repeat, the build is far away from being done here. I did it on purpose. Yeah, I'm not using, you know, Mage Blood, Simplex, etc. This is early transition, actually, excepting the Progenesis, I got lucky. So I just transitioned to shrapnel and I made a video here. So this is better than Siege Ballista. You have an option if you like it. Uber Elder, let's put it. Then can I put higher quality? Let's put this. I want higher quality. So yeah, if you want to do tier 17 and Ubers, you have an option to transition to this one shrapnel. Siege Ballista, it's a good league starter. One of the reasons is the budget. So we can do tier 16 under 50 kills, which is incredibly good. It's a very cheap build. And also the gameplay of the skill. You don't need to target. You know, some builds you need to manually target. You need to go to the enemy and target the enemy. You don't need this. You put the totem and they will target and kill enemies for you. So more relaxed playstyle. Yeah. Okay, let's see the reveal stream. Will be like in 1 hour, no? So they should start the stream in like 40 minutes or something. No? I think 40. Let me check. Yeah, 50 minutes. Here it is. Yeah, 55 minutes. So I will stay on the reveal. We will discuss about the changes that they did, and at the end we're gonna talk about the patch notes. So it will be like this. First they do the reveal stream, they will reveal the new content. Then we'll have 1 hour Ziggy D interview, boring as fuck for me personally. Then we have the patch notes, and we will check the patch notes, what's important for my build and for my content, you know, Ultimatum, Blight, see if they did any changes. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. Now I'm waiting for the servers to restart so we can play some more. Okay, let's open this one. Gameplay showcase from Siege Ballista on different budgets. Again, this was done like 2 years ago, but it's the same thing. Look, so I have here on Poo budget and cheap budget and normal budget. So this is Siege Ballista with extremely cheap items. This, what you see in this tab, these are very cheap items here. These items you can use on League Start day 1, day 2, day 3. You know, even the Timeless Jewel, I got a random one, doesn't have any dexterity, so no dexterity nodes. The reason you can buy a random one, the small nodes get some extra dexterity. So very cheap items here. Yeah. Here we do some more upgrades. And this will be the normal setup which I currently have. With the rare body armor, it will be quite tanky the build. So Shrapnel Ballista uses the Replica Iron Commander for strength stacking. Siege Ballista uses the normal Iron Commander for dexterity stacking. It's in the build guide, let's check it together. Look here. The core concept behind this build is that we are a dexterity stacking build. This is for Siege Ballista. The more dexterity you have, the more damage you do, and the more tanky you become. Yeah? Even on Siege Ballista, you get more life from the boots, for example. The build revolves around the Iron Commanded Bow that grants 1 extra totem for each 200 dexterity. So that's how I have more totems, because of the bow. So this is the reason we go into dexterity stacking, the bow. The bow forces us to make a dexterity stack. Similar for Shrapnel Ballista. We go down, and here we're using Replica Iron Commander, which the more strength you stack, the more totems you have. So each 200 strength you get 1 extra totem. So the core of the bow, the core of the build, it's the bow, Replica Iron Commander. Yeah. Repeat, I put a lot of effort in these guides. Not my fault, even common mistakes. Yeah. But people skip it, you know. They go directly for the POB, they copy paste the POB, they do mistakes, a lot of mistakes, and then they complain that the build is shit. Not my fault. Yeah. If you have problem, you check here the common mistakes. We also have support channels on my Discord for these builds. We have an active community. So all the Ballista lovers are on my Discord. If you want to drop by, check the Twitch chat. Look, I'll put it on YouTube too. I need to be careful because I have another chat for YouTube now. So yeah, click on that link. You have support channels. Under Path of Exile 1 builds, there is a section for Siege and Shrapnel. No, even tips here I gave. put a lot of effort and people copy paste the POB. The Farul Ascendancy goes core. So these special bloodline ascendancies will remain in the game. And this is great for my build. Siege Ballista and Shrapnel Ballista will use Farul. Another reason why it's easy to transition from Siege to Shrapnel, because we preserve the ascendancies. So everything that you unlocked here with Siege, it will stay with Shrapnel. All the bandits are the same and the same Pantheon. The skill tree also, it's like 70% the same. So yeah, it's very easy to transition. People ask me, what do I need to transition to Shrapnel? Simply put, you need to have the items that I specified here. When you have all the items here, which by the way, we're using a lot of uniques, so it's easy to make the build. You know, the more uniques the build you have in the build, the easier it's to make. You don't need to calibrate too much. I would argue that a build with a lot of rares, it's more complicated to make than a build with a lot of uniques. Here you just get these uniques that I listed and you can make the build. You prepare a stash tab, you name it Shrapnel Ballista. When you get all the items that I explained here, you can transition, that's it. You do the transition when you have all the items. The grafts, this I will remove. This will no longer have in 328, so I will remove the grafts. Here are the flasks for non-mage blood. And here are the flasks for mage blood. Yeah. So, yeah, people don't read it. This is for ultra maxing. So this section, if you like the build and you want to push it even more, I explained a couple of things. Good. Okay. We see the timestamps here. Okay, let's see Siege Ballista on Pupu budget. So this is Siege Ballista under 50 kills, you know, very cheap. Let's see how it performs. First, you know. This one, I mean, we don't put sound because I'm commenting, that's why. Yeah, so the main difference is the price. That's why we cannot league start with Shrapnel Ballista. It's much more expensive to get your mandatory items. Even the boots, on Shrapnel we use replica Alberon Warpath. Those boots are not available on the market in the first days. So even if you wanted to league start with Shrapnel, you don't have access to the boots. So that's why we need to league start with Siege Ballista. But you can stay with Siege Ballista as much as you want, because it's a good build by itself. The transition to Shrapnel Ballista, it's optional, it's not mandatory. Yeah, I'm waiting for the servers to restart to show you how tanky is Siege Ballista when it's fully done. Especially since we have Love here on stream. I will show Love that he is wrong. I will face tank a lot of hits with Siege Ballista. So when Siege Ballista is fully done, it becomes tanky. You need to be more careful on League Start. When you progress your upgrades, your initial upgrades, you need to play more carefully. It's normal. Yeah, but when you finalize the build with the body armor and the rest, it will become tanky. Here I'm playing it again with very cheap items, yeah? So this is a budget under 50 kills. Yeah, and I'm doing tier 16. After they restart the server, I will show you how tanky is the build. Siege Ballista, of course. Yeah, let's see here one. On the normal budget, let's see. So this is when the build is fully done. When I want to see something harder than this. Tier 16 are easy. By the way, you can do tier 16.5. So with Siege Ballista, you can also do 16.5. With no problems, will be easy. You need to apply a regex actually. I will make a regex filter for 16.5. And will be easy as fuck. I mean, 16.5, it's pretty much 16 with extra modifiers, that's it. And you use a regex to filter out the bad modifiers. I can show you something harder if you want. No, my boy, we are not allowed, I'm streaming. So, you want to show your penis? No. Okay, let's go back to the build guide here. We go to Siege Ballista. So yeah, this is a beautiful starter, you will love it. If you want to learn more about the build, you should read the top section here from the guide. I explained everything. And another, oh, this is not Siege Ballista, oh my bad. This is Siege Ballista, okay. Yeah, another advantage is we're using a lot of unique items, so it's very easy to make. Yeah, some sucky boys, they start complaining, oh, you have Astra Mantis, you have Garukan's Flight. On League Start, we don't use them. If you go to the gear section here at the top, I explained the alternative for League Start. So a lot of people complain, for example, that didn't play the build, of course, that Astra Mantis is expensive on League. We do not use Astra Mantis on League. I said the budget amulet alternative for League, it's here is true. So this is the amulet we use on League. Astra Mantis, you buy it later, of course. You have the budget anoint, you have the best in slot anoint. Some other people complain about the boots, of course. Let's go here for the boots. Where are the boots? Here. Look, for League start, a budget alternative would be random rare boots with tier 1 dexterity, life and movement speed. Now, not my fault that you don't want to read. So, when the build is fully done, you use Garukan's Flight. But on League start, we use random boots with dexterity, life and movement speed. These are very cheap, generic boots. Yeah? So it's not expensive on League start, but people skip the guide. You have everything in the guide. Okay, let me check if they restarted the server. My boy, I think we need to restart the client. There is a patch that we need to do. Give me a second, let me do the patch, and I will do some 5 ways with Siege Ballista so you can see how great it is. I need to apply the patch first. They will put the patch notes after the reveal stream. Open the game, there is a patch that is happening, you need to update your client. So after the reveal stream for the content, we have an interview, boring as fuck, with Ziggy D. And after the boring as fuck interview, we have the patch notes. And I will stay and we will discuss it on stream. See what happens for the farms and for my build. The interview with Ziggy D, it's 1 hour. So, yeah. Yeah. Boys, I'm back in game. Okay, let's switch back to the game. You can see it, no? I think you can see it. Okay, so let's see the build fully done. This one, Toilet Inspector. Here I have Siege Ballista fully done. Let's see. So when the build is fully done, it becomes tanky. On League Start, when you progress your setup, you need to be more careful. Anyway, your range, the build is range, we play Totem, and the Totems freeze. So these three things alone will make it safer to play. But of course, you need to be more careful. Now when your build is fully done... Oh, I have great items here. Look, I'm still on Astra Mantis. So Astra Mantis... yeah, they are great items. No problem, let's do a 5-way and see how tanky is the build. Here I'm on standard, this is Siege Ballista fully done. No, I have here some emblems. Let's do it. So yeah, Siege Ballista fully done, you can farm 5 ways. You need a tanky build for 5 ways, else you get one-shotted. This is a tanky build. When it's fully done, the build becomes tanky. You can do without dying 5 ways as much as you want. I will not die. I even did 20 plus runs in a row without dying. But of course you need a body armor, rare body armor. If you like to farm timeless jewels, you can. Timeless jewels are profitable. I will also do some tier 17 too. So let me be clear, the build can do tier 17. Why I put in the guide that we cannot do? Simply because this is a new player friendly builds and new players suck, you know, they are new to the game, it's too complex for them tier 17. And I don't want people to open tier 17 and die, then they will complain. So in order to avoid, complaints, I just put it like this. The build was not designed for tier 17. But if you're an advanced player, you can actually do tier 17. Look, after the 5-way, I will do a tier 17. So because this I advertise the build new player friendly. New players suck, and I just avoided saying tier 17 viable. Yeah, to avoid all the drama. So I like to undersell my builds in some regards, yeah. If you tell them that it's tier 17 viable, they will go to tier 17, they will die because they lack the proper knowledge to do tier 17, and then they will complain that the build is bad. In order to avoid all that drama, I just put it simply, build was not designed for tier 17. If you want tier 17, you can do Shrapnel Ballista, which has much more defensive layers. So let's do some bosses too. So I'll do Maven, Uber Elder, let's see what bosses we can do. So again, this is Siege Ballista fully done. We are not squishy, the build is not squishy, we have good defenses when it's fully done. Yeah, you should speak in English, that's a rule. So in order to keep the chat clean, I made this rule that everyone needs to speak in English. Yeah. I want everyone to understand, and it's clean in the chat. Look, I'll do some Guardian maps, I'll do some bosses, and we do a tier 17 too. Let me finish the 5, yeah? There is a change that I want to do actually. We're gonna use ensnaring arrow. I think I did it already. 1 second. Yeah. So this is the one of the changes that I will do in the next build guide. We no longer use the golem, ice golem. Yeah. So in the new version of Siege Ballista, we're gonna use a snaring arrow again. So no longer ice golem. We're gonna use this is a change that we're gonna do. I'm preparing an updated build guide, but I need to see the patch notes. People ask me, why don't you make the build guide now? No, I need to see the patch notes. So today after the rebuild, they will add some patch notes. I need to see them first, no? That's why. They are very important. Okay, after this we're gonna do some bosses. We can do also a rotation for the synthesized bosses too. We do Maven Arena for the synthesized bosses. Oh. Oh, must be a shield build. It must be a shield build. That's the only logical explanation. Must be a shield build. So ensnaring arrow, let me show you. You have here a line that says ensnared enemies take 20% increased projectile damage. Yeah, so you will apply a debuff on the enemy that will make them take increased damage. So this is the only reason we're using a ensnaring arrow. Yeah, so they take increased projectile damage. And this will relate to a couple of million DPS, like 4 or 5 extra million DPS. That's why we use it. I'm answering on YouTube, yeah, there is a chat on YouTube. I need to specify, yeah. So it gives you like 4 or 5 extra million DPS when the build is fully done, yeah. we're gonna do some bosses. Let's start with Maven. Yeah, you should do a practice run. So this I recommend. If you want to do this starter, just do a practice run. You know, you practice before the league starts. Anyway, the items are cheap, so you should not pay a lot for it. Okay, let me put here this one like very strict or something. Okay, I got 4 timeless jewels. 1, 2, 3, 4. Farming 5 ways, it's actually quite profitable, especially in the first month of a league. Okay, let's go out. Now let's do Maven. No, this is not solo self-found, yeah? Viable. I mean, if you do heist, you can drop some of the items, but it's not great on solo self-found. So if you're gonna make this build, you do it on trade. I do not recommend to do it on solo self-found. Okay, let's do Maven. This is not a bossing build, this is a mapper, but I am showing you that when the build is fully done, you can do bosses too. Just not on Uber mode. The emblems, you should buy them. So the timeless emblems are cheap. People that are farming legions are usually cheap. You should buy them. You don't farm them. Enhance level 4, it's better than barrage. So with my setup here, enhance level 4, it's superior to barrage support. Also, it gives you better clear speed for maps. Barrage is not that great for mapping. Yeah. My boys, remind me about the reveal. So when they are about to start the stream, let me know. Yeah, it should be like in 30 minutes, yeah? So yeah, in 30 minutes. Okay, let me be careful here. So Holy Flame Totem, it's just for Act 1 and 2. Eventually you will finish the phase. When you transition in Act 3 to Explosive Arrow, it will be way better. You know, no pain, no gain. So yeah, Act 1 and 2 will be slower with Holy Flame. But eventually you will go to Act 3 and you do Explosive Arrow, which is way faster. So it's fine, it's not that bad. Let me check this one. Make some profit. Okay, I made profit here. Actually, this is more expensive because I'm on standard, so this should be more than 14.
The memory of your sting will fade.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Anyway, it's just Act 1 and 2. You'll finish it eventually. Let me try to put a Valor. Okay, let's do another boss, see what we can do. I can also do a rotation here. Let's do the Maven Arena. Oh, by the way, if you want even more power, you can use a... I mean, fuck it, no, we use Astra Mantis. Yeah. Don't push too much Siege Ballista, because Shrapnel Ballista is superior. Shrapnel Ballista on 100 Divines, it's better than Siege Ballista on 1 Mirror of Calandra. So it's not smart. It's not smart to push Siege Ballista too much, yeah? Let me see if I put this one. How much dexterity I have, and let's see if I put this one. I need to tweak a little. No, we stay with this one, Astra Mantis. More than enough. Okay, let's go to maps. Oh, 1 second. Let's find some maps here. Here. No? Here? I'm looking for these maps, yeah? We're gonna do the Maven Arena. And this one. Okay, let's do them. This build does not need an aura bot. It will perform Shrapnel. You should transition from, if you want to do high end game content, you should transition from Siege Ballista to Shrapnel Ballista. So there are two similar builds in playstyle. This is the first one. You transition to my second one. Check the Twitch chat, I'll put it on the Twitch chat. So you check build number 2. You can play with Aura Bot with that one. It can even do Simulacrum. You know, you can sell voice tone carry services. People that play with a friend with Aura Bot, you should focus on a bossing build and you sell voice tones for others. You make profit. So again, this is not a bossing build, but you can do bosses, yeah? When it's fully done, you can actually do bosses. That's what I want to show people. So this is a mapping build, but it can do bosses too when it's fully done. Okay, now let's check the defenses. So Love here said that this build, yeah, let's see. I'm gonna stay here. Look, I'm taking hits. So I'm telling you, the build is fine. When you're fully done, it's quite tanky. So don't say that it lacks defenses. We have great defenses. I mean, we can check them now. Let's check the defenses. What we have here. So physical damage reduction. This is more than enough to prevent one-shots. You have a chance to evade attacks more than 80%. So you barely get hit. You have a lot of life regeneration, more than 1000% life regeneration. Your life is decent. You have spell suppression. This is great. A defensive layer spell suppression is great. So yeah, this is not squishy, but you need to make the build fully. Yeah, but I got multiple hits. Yeah, you rarely get one-shotted with this build. That's what I'm saying. So we cannot compare this with the Lightning Arrow, for example. People that play Lightning Arrow, especially new players, they complain that they get one-shotted. You know, they open the map, they die one-shot. We cannot compare. This is better than Lightning Arrow, for example, in terms of defenses. Plus, here I have some map modifiers, no? Look, penetration, elemental resistance, extra physical fire. The reason... look, I can open a tier 16 map and we see. No, you're not right. Let me open a tier 16 map and I will show you. it can take more than that. So here I have a map. Tier 16, let's open this one. Put it here. Let's see how many hits I take. Usually I like to summon the totems because it gives you life regeneration. So I like to summon my totems, but... Yes. Look, no hands, yeah? No hands! Look, look, and I don't have life regeneration from my totems. Look. Of course, you can take more hits. When you have your totems up, you get like more than 1000 life regeneration, and I'm losing on that. The reason I don't summon the totems because it will kill everything. They will kill everything. On the budget setup, you can take like 1-2 hits, but you need the flask up. So on the budget, you will rely more on the flask. So the granite flask needs to be up, and you can take like 1-2 hits. With the full setup, you can take more than... Yeah, let's go here. And I don't have the totems up for life regeneration, yeah? So it's fine. It's fine, but if you make it fully, you'll see that it's quite tanky the build. Let's continue. People like to do tweaks to the build, you know, they change here in the tree, they take the separate things, they drop things. No, if you stick with this setup, it should be quite tanky when it's done. I mean, if you do a lot of tweaks and you drop nodes, of course, you stick with the guide. Okay, let's run this one. And remember, we're also freezing the enemies. So the fact that we're freezing the enemy, it's like a defensive layer. So in addition of being a range build, we freeze the enemies. And frozen enemies cannot attack. So this is also a defensive layer. Okay, let's go out. Yeah, moving around, it's very useful. You know, let me tell you what new players do. It's a big mistake. When a new player makes my build, he moves like this. First of all, he moves like this in the map. That's wrong. You don't play Siege Ballista like this. You need to move like this. As you move, you drop totems. This will ensure that you have the life regeneration from the totems always active. Also, the totems will block attacks. So that's why when you move, so this is how you properly play the build, like this. New players, they don't summon totems, they move like this, they don't have the full totem count up, that's a mistake. So as you move, you drop totems, that's how you need to play. Another mistake from new players, they summon the totems and they stand still here. No, with Siege Ballista, you need to move at all times, you know, always shoot on the move. This is how you play it, you don't want to stand still like a sitting duck. So you always move. Yeah, in 20 minutes we have it. Of course, let's see. I will take it, of course I take it. You see, totems taunt enemies for 1 second. This is a defensive layer on top. So when of course we take it at the end. And this one to summon the totems faster. We're gonna do the Maven Arena too.
If I must destroy you before uniting mankind, I will. Grace you. Repent. Further more vulnerable.
Okay, now we do the arena. This is somebody. Okay, let's do arena.
How's the trail?
I will roll it actually. I repeat, this is not a bossing build, but you can do bosses. I like to put some quality for extra loot, that's why. So this is not a bossing build, but you can do bosses. This is the idea. Yeah, we're gonna see it in 20 minutes together. So in 20 minutes, we're gonna see it together. Ugh. Yeah, give me a second. I need to double check something. I need 1 minute. I'll check it fast. Yeah. Hopefully you cannot see what I'm doing here. Yeah, you cannot see. Perfect. Now, give me a second. We need to check here. So I want to triple check the Twitch drops, yeah? To make to be 100% that everything is fine. Don't want surprises, yeah? The Twitch drop will become active in 20 minutes. Go here. Yeah, it looks fine. It's enabled everywhere. Yeah, it's here. Okay, it works. So yeah, everyone will get the drops. Yeah, I triple check just to make sure. Yeah, you just by watching you will get the drops. No, I don't want surprises. Let's do another boss, then we will swap and we will see the reveal. It will be like in 15 minutes, the reveal. What boss we can do here? Maven, I'll do Maven again. Maven, it's tricky for a lot of people.
Behold, the first daughter of Rayclast.
She died, no? Can do another one. I've been to. What do you mean, why it's so quiet? So I've been talking non-stop. I'm preparing for the reveal now. So since I started the stream, I've been talking non-stop. So here I'm showcasing Siege Ballista when it's fully done, not with leak start items, yeah? So from the voice on voices, Maven, it's tricky for a lot of new players. They should buy the voice on. Searing Exarch, it's easy. Ether Bolts, it's easy, but Maybe it's tricky for new players. You need to know the memory game and the lasers at the end. So in addition to the build, you need to know the fight mechanics. That's why.
Scurry, scurry.
So it will start in 13 minutes. You know, after this one, I will switch to Twitch.
Irritation is growing.
Look, I even phased. Here is the where a lot of new players they mess it up. You need to be very focused and not touch the lasers, of course.
Scurry, scurry.
Oh,
Take this.
done. Now, boy, let's get ready for the reveal stream. It should start in 10 minutes, so we should check it. I mean, so let me swap, and we're gonna check the reveal stream together. I'll try my best not to comment too much, so you can focus on what they explain. 1 second. So let me switch here to the official stream. Give me 1 minute. Go here. Okay, we have the timer up. Now I switch it. Okay, you should be able to see it. Please tell me in the chat if you can hear the volume, so I'll put it again. So let me know if you can hear the music from the stream. Great. Yes, the drops are active, but they will start in 9 minutes. So the drops will start in 9 minutes. We need to wait 9 minutes and we're gonna check. They are active, yeah. Okay, give me a second. I'll go to the toilet and I'll be back. And also I'll make a new coffee. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. You know what's funny? The music that you hear now in the background was made with artificial intelligence in FL Studio. So all the songs that you're hearing now on the stream were made by me. Be right back.
Stop it!
Oi. My boys, I'm back. I made a new coffee. And just in time, in 4 minutes. Okay. Let me make this full screen. 1 second. I need to make sure that everything is done properly, yeah? Let me remove the text from the left.
Come on, come on. Do it.
So I'll remove that
it!
text. It can be annoying. Yeah, I just made it now. It's hot. It's hot like me. Also need to put the music. So for now I will disable my beautiful music. We're gonna put the music from the stream. You need to tell me if it's too loud. So how is the volume? It's too loud or I need to put it louder? So here I'm playing with the slider. Tell me if it's too loud or I need to put it less louder. My boy, Malta L1 boss, thank you for the support. Thank you, man, I appreciate it. We need higher, we put higher, okay. 72. Okay, let me know if this is okay. De Tomaso, boss, thank you for the support. You're from Italy. Based on your name, you're from Italy. You make good spaghetti. Thank you, man. Thank you. So I'll do my best not to comment too much when they talk, you know, so we can all focus. And after the reveal, we will discuss about what we've seen. Yeah, in 2 minutes. So I'll go over again everything that was presented. I will explain, you know, put my opinions, but at the end. Florin, mulțumesc! Florin, mulțumesc pentru subscribe. Thank you, Florin. I hope you're from Romania. I spoken in Romania. Yeah, we start in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Karma 7, boss, thank you for the support. Have a lovely league start in 8 days. Thank you. Yeah, I remember you told me that you live in Sinaia. Actually, I visit Sinaia once per year. Because of the air, you know. There is a train station right into the city. It's very easy to go there, yeah. It's a beautiful place. Even today on my guild channel, we were talking about the Peleș Castle. So today on guild, we talk about the Peleș Castle. The Peleș Castle, it's in Sinaia. Yeah. Narniwa, boss, thank you for the support again. Thank you, man, I appreciate all the love. Thank you. Have a good start in 8 days. Yes, Chester, I enabled the drops. So you get the drops, yeah? Don't worry. Okay, in 18 seconds, we're gonna see. This is a pre-recorded video. So everything that we're gonna see now on the screen was already recorded a few days ago. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Mirage, which is coming out 1 week from now on March 6th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below. Now first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
The Jinn. They were bound to serve, but not to suffer. The Aphrodite assault our lands.
So this is inside the maps.
Jinn in an astral plane.
So this
Break
mechanic,
their
it's inside the
chains.
maps.
Rescue them. And you will be granted a wish. An ancient evil yearns for his freedom. We must keep him in the dark.
So this is the boss. Oh. The camera, oh my boy, let's remove it. Done. Then in the image we had Astra Mantis, you know, another version of Astra Mantis, which I use for my builds.
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Mirage, where you'll unravel ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful rewards, and become part of the eons-old story of the Winter Sekima. There are also significant endgame changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the endgame storyline, a new endgame atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match. After that, we want to talk about the slew of new Holy Templar skills and supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar. Next, we'll cover our new supporter packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile game director Mark, as well as game designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT or 2 PM PST.
So in
let's
3
get
hours
started.
we have the
I'll
patch
hand things
notes
over to
today,
Mark to introduce the new league.
which is great.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be taking on the Afarud, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries. They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Afarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must fight your
My
way
boy,
past the Afarud's
my boy, thank you for the support shots. Oh, you showed POEGuy some love. Thank you. Thank you again. Then let's listen to this bullshit so people don't get upset. But again, thank you, boss.
Your help to free them.
Have a beautiful league start in 8 days. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You will then be asked by Varashta to enter the astral realm and break
Oh.
the tether trapping the Jinn there.
My boy, thank you for the love. Dark Turigan, thank you again. Oh, boss, thank you for all those gifted subs, man. Thank you, Dark Turigan, again.
When we say
And have a
imperfect copy,
wonderful league
we
starter
mean
in 8
that
days.
quite
Thank you,
literally.
man.
Hold tight, because this league mechanic has some serious
Dark Turigan, thank you.
implications for juicing
Coach,
areas.
thank you.
We'll get to that in a moment. Varashta can augment the magic of the Mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving
Don't
you the
worry, I'll
option
make a
to
video
choose
on the
one
mechanic.
of 3 wishes before you do so.
So what is your desire?
These wishes are modifiers that will apply to the Mirage area and have some pretty potent outcomes. There are wishes that grant extra rewards, such as the wish for glyphs, which causes all portal and wisdom scrolls in the Mirage to instead drop as other currencies. Or wishes that will spawn rewarding enemies, such as the wish for avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies that
Maybe
convert
it's
their
good to farm
equipment
gold.
drops to gold.
You know, people struggle with gold, maybe.
And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the Mirage, such as the wish for souls or the wish for godhood, which allow you to consume the souls of your enemies or make you completely unkillable, while within the Mirage, of course.
This is not great. If you play a strong build, you don't care about buffs like
Each
this.
wish is also marked with the sigil of one of 3 powerful Jinn: the Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn, or Water Jinn. Depending on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected Mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies: a coin of knowledge, coin of power, or Coin of Skill. Each of these coins can be used on a max-leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used. Only
That's
one skill that
very
is imbued
powerful.
this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time.
That's extremely powerful.
Meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example.
Choose what you wish.
That's one of the rewards.
We need
but
to
let's
see
get back
imbued
to the
Siege
area-to-area
Ballista. We need to see the
mechanic.
effects for Siege Ballista.
Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Djinn. Shatter this chain to free the Djinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Ufarud may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a Mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Djinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Djinn. Mirages created from an endgame map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had. Mirages created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open. Blights can be defended again.
Oh. I mean, I actually like that this is a mapping content. You know, it's not like a side area.
Legions fought once more.
So it will
and so on.
encourage to play mapping builds. Which
Effectively, you get
is
a
good.
portion of your map to play a second time. And everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side effects. For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a Legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change.
so they are randomized,
More
yeah?
importantly, the mechanic may be empowered, with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic and are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage.
A new base of strong
For
builds.
example, Ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again,
It's easy for us.
or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles.
That's also
As a
fine.
reward for these new threats, Mirage Ultimatums can provide the new Sinistral or Dextral Catalysts. These catalyze jewelry with increased effect of either prefix or suffix modifiers.
Ooh,
As
they
you
will
can
be
imagine,
expensive.
there's a lot of potential here. Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a Thaumaturgic Hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of Thaumaturgic dust. Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufarud enemies, infested with Blight.
I also take Blight. on
This
my
lane
next
can
start.
reward a new base type, the Cord Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed,
Oh!
causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing.
This is quite strong, I mean, even for League start, if you can get an amount.
As a quick note, Imprisoned Djinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area. As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Djinn, so your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed and rewarding. Now, of course, if you're traveling through Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The Ufarud are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away
They always
priceless
add
Mariketh
uniques.
artifacts.
When you have a new league, they add uniques.
Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such artifact, an ancient and exquisite Mariketh blade that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies. However, Varashta has in her command the power to restore these once lost Mariketh treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters and mirages allows any unique obtained from the Afarud to be transformed into its Marraketh counterpart, its glorious original form. Flesh Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder, the original Marraketh blade that radiates with the glowing heat of the desert sun. When you ignite monsters, Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area. If you meddle with the affairs of the Afarud for too long though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new endgame boss, Suresh of the Weeping Black. Suresh also has a set of powerful, exclusive items. Yours for the taking, if you're able to
quite
defeat
good for
him.
budget. Problem is we
So
have
that's
already
the
Mage
Mirage
Blood, yeah?
League. Now,
And people
to
will
face all the new
prioritize that.
evils, you might want some righteous skills, some holy skills. In 328, you'll have access to a slew of new options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples. With Holy Hammers, you slam the ground to call down a Hammer of Justice from the sky. If this hits an enemy, an additional Holy Hammer will cascade forwards,
And Smite is
which
better.
itself can further cascade, and so forth.
I think Smite is much better.
Expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams. The more numerous your foes, the more instruments of holy judgment. Sweep is an old skill. In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile.
I like
over
that they rework
15
all
years
skills,
ago.
they rework
It's
them.
been long overdue for some attention. With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match. Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do.
It's not that great because you need to
These
get
holy
close to the
armaments
enemy.
will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to
You need
deal
to get
their
very
damage.
close to the enemy for the skill to work. I mean, it's not
Stand
great.
against your foes with Shield of Light, a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create
This is also
purging light.
slow because you need to get hit, so it's conditional.
Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage, but only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of Holy Sentinels. Or friends, when they're online. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels, and the Guardian Ascendancy class.
And I don't like the new
We
skills.
also have another batch of new transfigured gems, with many of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own. You might also
not great.
enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction that follows you as you dive into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes. Speaking of the patch notes, as always,
Here
we
it's the
love to
important
shake up
part.
the meta. So
Here
we've
it's the
done a
important part.
bunch of balance adjustments to a few other things as well, such as a pass on bloodline classes, expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike.
I mean, the indirect changes
Flame
can buff
Totem.
our build. So in these changes that they did, we can actually
and
find
Dominating
buffs.
Blow.
Maybe in those nodes that they added, we can find something that can benefit my builds. Who
We're
knows?
also doing our usual improvement to some of the least played Ascendancy classes,
We will see.
this time with a focus on Guardian and Warden. Speaking of Ascendancies, let's talk about the Scion and her new Reliquarian Ascendancy class. For those that have played the Legacy of Frisia events, this class will seem familiar. The Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy.
And they did well because
She is a part
nobody
of
was
a
playing
secret
Scion. A
society
few
of
people were doing Scion.
Oriathans, dedicated
Usually
to
Aura
collecting
bots.
and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from these unique items,
Much
found
better.
from throughout Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the level of
Yeah.
all your auras
It's way
and
better.
gives them a much larger area of effect. Or instead, take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits. Next, pick from a unique weapon power. Widow Hail greatly increases the
Ooh.
bonuses gained from your quiver. Or Martyr's Teaching,
And
which
this stacks
causes your
with items
minions'
that you
critical
have, so you
strike
can
chance
have it
with
2 times the
attacks
effect.
to be equal to your main hand weapons. Lastly, pick your Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself. Or take Astramentus, simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes. Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game.
Yeah, it's quite
Our
strong.
plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will change. If you don't like what she offers this expansion, hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one. Time to move on to the endgame. With this expansion, we are aiming to liven up the endgame, giving players new experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks. Extensive changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps,
Yeah, this is important.
without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful.
And to see the
In the
scouting
last few
reports, yeah?
in-game updates, you experienced Zana's story. How she helped defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from it. In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas. Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely. To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane. 27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile 3.1.0, The War for the Atlas, we had a mechanic on the Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps.
Oh, they bring
The
it back.
ever-changing influence regions
With another
made the
name.
Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions. We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps. The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example, instead of having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, Just locate and select Mesa on your atlas, put in your map item, click activate, and you're good to go.
The interface is similar to the one from
That
Path of
Mesa
Exile
may
2.
drop a tier 11 map.
So you can open the map
You can
device
then
from the
immediately
atlas.
return to your map device, which will default to the last map run, and then run it again. Or choose a new map to use it on.
So
It's
this is
your
similar
choice.
to Path of Exile 2. You interact with the map device from the atlas.
This is one of the many benefits to this change, which is that if you're the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over and over, or the type of player who prefers to jump around, it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them at a moment's notice. For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency. Up until now, this would have required having some Mesa maps stashed, setting all your favored maps to Mesa, or doing a whole bunch of trading. You'll also notice that the structure of the atlas has changed. If you haven't played in a while, here's a look at it before and after. You will now begin at the center of the atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 voidstone slots. In addition, all content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the atlas, so you can see everything available in the endgame as you reveal the Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete Hall of Grandmasters every league. You now gain 1 atlas skill point per unique map completed, up to a maximum of 10. Given there are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you
This
can
is
get your
great.
hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any atlas skill points. These have been moved to new places, and actually, you can get more than before. Due to Zana's actions, Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery: arcane astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions. For example, an abyssal region, which causes all the maps to have an additional abyss. Or a blighted region, which adds a blight encounter.
Okay, let's see about tier 17 now. They need to talk about tier 17 too.
Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier. This means as you progress through the shaped region, maps you run will become more and more intense.
This looks fun,
With
but
the
it's
relevant mechanic getting
harder to
more
understand
and
for new
more
players,
juiced.
but it looks fun. Now tier 17, talk about it.
Finally, at the end of the region of maps, once you have successfully rid the atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the atlas, so you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward. One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or the Zealot's
Siege
Vault,
Ballista,
to
the bottom.
acquire valuable currency items. This new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that want to engage with this new system while still wanting to run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that. With all the new endgame changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly navigating the new Atlas. When using the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map, so running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to
Come on, tier
automatically
17.
open your atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run. When you select a special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device in the right spot.
Here they are experimenting with things for Path of
That's
Exile
the
2.
core of the new endgame. But there's a lot more endgame changes coming in 3.28. Let's blast through them.
Tier 17.
Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work so you can spend more time doing what you love, killing monsters and getting loot. To that end, we've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment. We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places. Voidstones now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your atlas, including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports.
I mean, they
We'll
are
elaborate
listening.
more on that in the next section.
People complain about loot.
T17 maps, as you know it, have effectively been removed.
Oh, great!
The bosses
No.
have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being
This
a
is what
gateway
we
to
wanted.
target
No, the
farm
removal
uber
of tier
pinnacle
17.
bosses.
Fuck tier 17 maps. Great
The
news.
most annoying modifiers on Originator maps
Big win.
have been removed.
Big win.
or
Fuck tier
replaced.
17.
No more getting turned into a slug for simply using
So this is the
skills.
biggest news
And
regarding
no
the
more
Atlas,
will
the
you be
removal
incapable
of
of
tier
dealing damage
17.
periodically.
Biggest change for the Atlas.
Petal skills in Originator maps have been removed. However, some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads. Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your atlas, will now drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you to save it for later or trade it at your leisure. We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some
So
truly
the biggest change
tempting
so far is the removal of tier 17 maps. This
And
will
for those of
change
you
a lot
looking
of
to
things
take
in
on
terms
the
of build
ultimate one-on-one fight,
diversity.
the Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional will place a true antagonist-level rogue exile threat in your map. Empowered by every type of Wildwood Wisp, possessed by a tormented spirit, augmented with rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine, this exile is not to be trifled
This
with.
is for Fabgun, he will farm this crap.
Alongside that, we've also changed some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map.
Tainted currency will be cheaper as a effect.
On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage and Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod. Check
That's
out the
also
new
powerful.
The Paths Not Taken Keystone, which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards.
Oh,
But which ones can drop will be a mystery.
it's still powerful.
And last, but not least, we've also made some changes to King's March shipping, such as we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops. I wonder what this new port will send back. Ports will now give more rewards for favored resources, and you can even re-roll them for gold if they're not offering what you're after. Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you want.
They kept the mirror shards.
Not to mention, the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on, such as the Rune Graft of Fury, which causes you to gain rage on using a life flask, and the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration. We mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone enabling access to exceptional
they are good.
supports. So let's get into that, as there's a decent amount to cover. After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, This Void Stone allows new, exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is being phased out.
They removed Awakened gems.
Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character, but there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals here is to provide interesting build choices even at later levels and deep into the endgame.
This we can put to dash.
However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are over 40 new exceptional supports to discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt
We're gonna
not
check
as
in the
worthwhile
patch
to
notes
run,
for Siege
giving
Ballista, all
players
the
extra reason to take on those
greater
challenges.
support gems, yeah?
For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy cursed ground, which spawns
like shit.
toads that bounce towards enemies
It's slow.
and then explode, dealing chaos damage.
No, this is slow.
From the Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support, which causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time, detonating as you approach for massive damage. Defeating the incarnation of Neglect may win you the Frost Mage support. Similar to the existing Archmage support,
This
you
is
are
for mana
rewarded for
stacking, yeah?
stacking mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage. We'll tease some more of these before launch, but there will be many, many more for you to discover. Keepers of the Flame is coming back. However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls in Hive encounters. In order to address these concerns, we'll be making a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles, meaning that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent that, walls and hive encounters will now be destroyed by any damage.
Yeah, Siege Ballista will destroy the entire wall.
But we also wanted to make sure we reduce the visual clutter they cause. Hives and their walls are now smaller.
Yeah, if you play Siege Ballista, you'll destroy
To
all
allow
the
players
walls.
to engage
No
with hive
problem, very
encounters
fast.
quicker when they do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls. For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block hive encounters or unstable breaches, if you want. Now that this is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats.
Perfect.
Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you can have multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area, for maximum ruckus. Speaking of Atlas Tree and Scarab support, we've added plenty. Here are a few examples. The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps. The
We need to
Breach
see the
Scarab of
Genesis
the
tree, yeah?
Marshal guarantees a breach boss or hive fortress,
They should nerf it.
while the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from hive monsters in all subsequent waves. Graft items will no longer exist, but we've moved several of the graft skills to new exceptional supports, such as the Hiveborn support, which summons an army of breach minions to do your bidding when you use a supported offering skill. And the Foul Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach them. We're looking forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer. From the new bosses and their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn Uniques.
Problem is people are
Also,
getting
with its new
6 links too
narrative,
early
we look
with the
forward
tree.
to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breach Lords in the future.
So they should nerf it.
That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot. From a new endgame system, several new reward types, new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame. However, an important part of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now. You can now favorite trades on the currency exchange.
This we've seen it already.
This consists of selecting 2 currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click.
So my boys, they
and
are
setting
testing
them
for
as a
Path of
favorite
Exile 2
trade.
features for the Atlas.
Favorite trades
So they will
appear by
rework
default
the
when
Atlas
opening the
system from
currency
Path of Exile
exchange
2, but they are
and will
testing
still
first in Path of
auto-suggest
Exile
a
1.
ratio based on
This
recent
league, it's a
trade data.
testing ground for Path of Exile 2.
A
That's what's
further
happened.
improvement to the currency exchange is the ability to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open. Now, when trading in a full set of divination cards, it will automatically be handed in to become the resultant item. If you then turn in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space to do so. Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive. The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable.
We've seen this already.
With full
Maybe
item
they will
descriptions
explain
of the
more.
sold
Yes.
item. When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized.
Love, they removed tier 17 maps, in case you missed it.
The ritual icon will
So
now
we no longer
glow
have
if
tier
you've got
17 maps, they got
significant
removed from the
unspent
game.
tribute
That's
in an area,
quite big.
and all rituals are complete.
And,
And a pop-up
It's
will
great.
appear after the final ritual completion.
so no longer tier 17 maps.
Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals. Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine, surrounded by enemies, and find it extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap. Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different. This
One of the
patch,
biggest
we've added
change that
over
they did is
20
the removal
landmark
of tier
rooms throughout
17
the
maps.
campaign,
This alone made it much
scattered
better
across
for the
all
game.
10 acts.
Now we have more build diversity,
Some
more
of these
builds that you can
rewards
play.
are pretty useful stuff.
So this is the biggest
So
win
keep
of
an
the
eye out
league.
for the new
The
and
removal of
unexpected
tier 17
runes,
maps.
side passages,
This should be the main
chests,
topic
and
that everyone should
encounters
speak
as you
about.
progress throughout Rayclast. We want most of these to be a surprise.
I'll make a video
but
tomorrow
we'll show
about
you
it.
just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain.
That look was fine, I mean.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs.
Okay, let's see if I buy
Today,
something.
we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Curator of Wisdom and Iron Incarcerator packs.
Okay, if I see an MTX that
Each tier
it's good, I
contains
will
the
tell you.
pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
So it needs to give you
As
some
always,
utility in
the
game.
microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect
Some of
your
them give you
character's
utility
power
too, you know,
or progression
slight utility in game.
any way.
Some of them.
The Curator of Wisdom series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Traveling Wisdom back attachment has all the necessary tools you may require to chronicle your journey, complete with a helpful rat friend. These chronicles will activate their magic upon identifying items, and will track the number of items identified of each rarity.
Look, this has a
Just hover the
tiny
item,
utility.
or link it in chat to show
So this
it
is a
off.
good MTX that you can get.
The
I like it.
acquired Wisdom unique finisher effect summons an ancient scroll that consumes unique enemies and the knowledge they hold. Most exiles would struggle carrying piles of scrolls while traveling Rayclast, but the Grand Curator of Wisdom armor set is perfect for the adventurous scholar.
So the
Any
backpack, I love
expert
it.
curator knows that scrolls hold more than just knowledge. They also hold power. As you cast spells, the scrolls attached to the armor will burn away, before rematerializing shortly after.
No, it's
It
300.
also features a series of helmet variations, so you can get precisely the look you're after.
this is garbage. I don't
Summon
like
your
it.
scroll shaper familiar pet to follow alongside you. This creature is formed from folded magical texts and can shapeshift between different forms. You can think of this as having multiple pets in one. It can fold into a fox,
So the
and then even
backpack,
burn
it's
away,
actually I will buy it.
reforming into a flying
Anything that
bird.
gives me extra utility, it keeps track of everything that I identify. Why not? It's a tiny
This
quality
series
of
of
life.
packs also contains the
So I like it.
scroll portals. Jumbo-sized versions of the Scroll of Wisdom and Portal Scroll
Yeah, the armor
that you
set
can
was
make
terrible.
a quick retreat through. A supreme catalogue of knowledge can't remain in one place for too long and risk being pillaged by thieves. The Titan Apex Hideout features a colossal Titan who carries your base
Anything
of
that
operations
tracks
atop their
what you did in the game, it's
constantly
useful. It's a big
moving
win.
through a boundless
So all
desert.
the NTX that tracks what you did in the game, it's a win.
The Iron Incarcerator pack also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
I doubt it was good. I mean, it looks fine.
The Incarcerator's Restraints back attachment features stockades that were used to immobilize prisoners by binding them to the earth as they were tortured for their wrongdoings. Shackles envelop your choice of torturing device when using the Chains of the Incarcerator weapon effect. These chains shatter into links as you batter enemies.
I don't like it. We have better.
Make your way through Red Class as a walking penitentiary, intimidating your enemies with the elite Iron Incarcerator armor set. After a long day of tracking down criminals, step into the Iron Maiden portal to retreat to your torture chamber. It acts as a great deterrent for would-be intruders. This peculiar creature was a favorite amongst incarcerators. They would be sent into the midst of prison riots to mesmerize and control the toughest of minds. Use their talents to charm other players' pets, causing them to abandon their owners and follow in line behind you instead, at least until it wears off. What better way to execute prisoners
I mean, it's
when your
funny.
torturing has depleted
Some
their
people
value?
will take for the cat.
Harvest their souls to fuel this map device, condemning them to eternal incarceration. Your kills within the map are also recorded based on the rarity of
So
the
has
monster.
utility. This is a good MTX. It
You can
tracks.
choose to pin an execution
It tracks
session
some
that you're
information. It's
satisfied
good.
with on this miniature leaderboard,
Yeah, this is a good
which
map
is
device.
displayed for all that dare enter your hideout. Additionally, all microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for your ongoing
I will
support.
buy the backpack one. Yeah. Anything that gives you
We're
extra
just about to
information,
start
it's
the Q&A
a good
with Ziggy
MTX.
D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Mirage at 11 AM New Zealand time, 2 PM
Okay.
Pacific.
I will stay online until they
With
publish the
release at the
patch
end
notes,
of
yeah?
next week,
And we're gonna check
our
everything.
community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Well, I think it's over, no? Usually I don't check the Ziggy D interview because it's boring as fuck. So, my boys, I'll stop it here and we go back inside again. We wait for the patch notes. So, the problem with the Ziggy D interview, it's boring. So, I don't want to watch it. I mean, I don't know if you like this thing. I don't like it. It's boring as fuck. So, what I will do, I'll go back inside the game. We wait for the patch notes. And that's it. No? So, the Ziggy D interview, it's boring. That's the problem. We're gonna do more gameplay with Siege Ballista and we wait for the patch notes. I will inspect the ascendancy, the skill, and I will give you the verdict for my Kickstarter, yeah? My boy! Sad Oignon, Hasad Oignon. Boss, thank you for the support. Have a good Kickstarter in 8 days, yeah? We're gonna wait for the patch notes now. And let's talk a little about what they revealed here, why not? So here I'll go on YouTube. Usually they publish the video. Let's go on the Path of Exile channel. The biggest change that they revealed, it's the removal of tier 17 maps. That's the biggest thing, in my opinion. Tier 17 maps were a big problem for build diversity, yeah? Oh, it's not yet up. We need to wait. So I'm on the Path of Exile official channel. They need to publish, you know, this VOD. Usually it will be like in 10 minutes. We're gonna check it again. So from what I've seen so far, the biggest change is the removal of tier 17 maps, yeah? In terms of loot, Usually I say when you specialize into a particular content, it becomes rewarding. So ground loot for me was not that big of an issue. If you want loot, you specialize into something. You farm. You farm Blight, Ritual, Ultimatum. That's how you get loot. Speaking of Ultimatum, it will be more profitable next week with the introduction of that catalyst, which is overpowered. So it increases the value of the prefixes or the suffixes. I think that catalyst will be very expensive. Now, the good news is that my Siege Ballista build can farm Ultimatum. So you can farm Ultimatum on Elixir. Let's go back actually to my character. So this is a Templar that I leveled up for the last 3 days on stream. Let's continue. Okay, so let's go back into the game until we wait the patch notes. I can do more maps. Let me put my beautiful webcam. 1 second. Give me a moment. Here is my beautiful webcam. Let's put some text. Okay. And we wait for the patch notes. So I'll stay online until they publish the patch notes, then we gonna check them together.
There's a fair breeze on the wind today, wouldn't you say, Exile?
Yeah. So my build here, it's great for Ultimatum, which is more rewarding in the next league. It's also great for Blight. Blight, it's easy anyway. A lot of builds can do Blight. All that you need is to watch a Blight guide. So let's check the Atlas, what happened here. Now the progression of the Atlas will be tricky. We need to see the new tree because also they didn't talk about scouting reports. So when they will reveal the patch notes, I need to check the scouting reports. My guess is that they got removed. I guess with the changes that they did, probably they removed scouting reports. So I'm very curious how I will progress my Atlas on Lexstar. Initially I went with Kirak missions, higher map tier chance, and now we need to see the new Atlas. Yeah, and yeah, I will prepare a video on the Atlas because it's also, some parts are confusing even for me. I need to read the patch notes. So I will understand better the Atlas if I read the patch notes. We will see what we have there. Now let's do some more maps showcase. This is what to expect from my build here. This is a good build for farming Ultimatum 2. And you have an option to transition to my other build, Shrapnel Ballista, later, which can do all the content from the game. So it can do Simulacrum, it can do Tier 17, it can do Uber mode bosses. So you have an option to push it further. But this is good on Lexstar. I'm also curious, we have extra benefits on the skill gems. So on the Siege Ballista gem here, I'm really curious what we will get. Yeah, there is a new currency item that will give you an extra benefit for the gem. And I wonder what Siege Ballista will get. Probably will get Arrow Nova. I'm thinking about Arrow Nova, which can benefit Shrapnel Ballista. We will see. So you can get an additional support gem on the skill gem. No, Shrapnel was able to do tier 17. My boy, you're confusing my build. So this is Siege Ballista, we're stacking Dexterity. And I have another build similar in playstyle called Shrapnel Ballista where we stack Strength. And with my Strength stacker from Shrapnel, you would be able to do tier 17. So it was no problem for me. As a matter of fact, now, because they removed tier 17, you can stay with Siege Ballista, no problem. I need to check a couple of things in the patch notes first, yeah? We're gonna check the Hierophant Ascendancy. We're gonna check the Siege Ballista gem, Explosive Arrow Ballista gem. We're gonna check the support gems too. And I will give you the green light for the starter, yeah? This will be like in 2 hours. We're waiting for the Ziggy D interview. So we still need to wait like 2 hours. So far I like all the changes that we have. I didn't see anything problematic. So this is the Olmec Totem skin, no? You can buy it from the store. It's Olmec Totem skin. It's quite simple, nothing fancy. So I don't like too shiny graphics, it's distracting my attention. This is a simple graphic for the totem. Like Tiki totems, So it's called Olmec Totem skin. The skins, it's up to the player. I mean, personal preference. Take whatever you want from this. Oh, this is rare. These boots are very rare, yeah? They used to be very expensive in the past. Oh, I broke them. Yeah, I'm excited. So the changes that we have here, I can guarantee that people will run back to Path of Exile. Starting tomorrow, a lot of people will return to Path of Exile 1. These are great changes. And my biggest happiness is that they removed the tier 17 maps. That was the only problem with Path of Exile 1, tier 17 maps. The fact that they removed them, it's incredibly good for the game. And keep in mind, they are testing features for Path of Exile 2, so this is an indication that they will rework the Atlas in Path of Exile 2. They are testing things before they implement it in Path of Exile 2, so they understood that people are unhappy with Path of Exile 2 for the end game, for the Atlas, and they want to incorporate new systems. And they are first testing in Path of Exile 1, then they will implement in Path of Exile 2. Yeah, so I think a couple of changes that we will have now in 3.28 will go to Path of Exile 2. Which is great. Okay, let's do Ultimatum. Oh, another change that I explained for the breach walls. If you attack them, they will get destroyed. But because we attack so fast with Siege Ballista, so my Siege Ballista here will destroy the walls really fast. You know? So the walls will get destroyed if you shoot a projectile. Now, because we have so many totems that attack very fast, you will simply obliterate the entire walls. Yeah? So you will destroy the walls quite fast with Siege Ballista.
Death's cold grip is unescapable.
Yeah, my build can do Ultimate. The more you upgrade, the easier it will get.
Mystic pain will bring ruin.
No, the red arrows are the default. You refer to the projectiles. So those are the projectiles. They will always stay with red. You cannot change the colors. Yeah, so these red arrows are the projectiles from the totems. You cannot change them. They will remain red. Just the totem skin will change. Yeah?
Death is swift.
Sadly, I need to study well the patch notes so I can understand the reworked Atlas. So I struggled a little to understand the full mechanic of the Atlas, yeah? I need to read the patch notes to understand it better. My boy, SPG boss, thank you for the love. Thank you for the love. Have a good league start in 8 days. I appreciate it, thank you. So I need to study better the Atlas because between you and me, I didn't understand everything. Now, the way they reward the Atlas, there are a couple of things that I didn't understood. So we will see in the patch notes. Hey, Hannah Montana, boss. Boss, thank you for the love. Thank you. Have a good league start in 8 days. Thank you, man. Now I stay online. We wait for the patch notes. There is an interview with Ziggy D. You can watch it if you want, but for me it's boring, so I don't want to watch it now. I will watch it later. So you can still go on the stream. It's an interview with Ziggy D if you want to see it. Yeah, I will watch it later, actually. No, Path of Exile 2 is good. So Path of Exile 2 in 2 years will be better than Path of Exile 1. Trust me. In 2 years, Path of Exile 2 will be superior than Path of Exile 1. It needs more time. They will add more content, they will rework the Atlas. So on Path of Exile 2 with the Endless Atlas, they will tweak it, will make it better. I have some patience, you will see.
Contamination moves swiftly on the wind.
So the future is Path of Exile 2. In 2 years, it will be better than Path of Exile 1. This comes from someone that has been playing Path of Exile 1 for 8 years now, almost daily. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of Path of Exile 1 and I believe that it will be better. Path of Exile 2. My boy, we're waiting for the patch notes, then I can answer. Yeah, so you ask me about the changes in my league starter, we need to see the patch notes. So we wait 2 more hours, they will publish the patch notes and together on stream we're gonna check. And I will give you the verdict. Boy. So I will stay online until they publish the patch notes.
The future holds further challenges. Count on it.
Which will be like in 2 hours, no? Oh my boy, let's put the music. Sorry. Put in the chat if you can hear the beautiful music. So on the background there is some music playing, you know. Please tell me if you can hear it. Yeah, because I did some tweaks here. So let me know if you can hear the music, please. Thank you. It works, thank you. Okay, let's check. So Ritual, on League Start, the biggest money maker are the rares. Remember this, yeah? So Saki boys, they just check here on the left side for divines, for divine. No, the biggest money maker on a League Start are the rare items here. Yeah, especially rings with a lot of resistance, skill gems you can take. There are quivers with bow attack, fire, additional arrow. It's also expensive. Yeah, okay. Of course, we have a different economy on League Start, but you can make a lot of profit with the rares. No, new players, they just focus here on the left. No, check the rares. Check the rares. You'll be surprised how much profit you make from the rares from Ritual. Yeah, there are a lot of rares that you sell really well on League Start. So yeah, if you farm Ritual, you check the rares. Of course, from time to time you find divines, you find divination cards, but the rares are the priority here. What you look for the rares? To simplify it, you look for gem levels. You know, all skill gems sells the best, for example, even for wands. If you have a quiver, you look for bow attacks, fire, and additional arrow. They are also expensive on League Start. Boss, Jane Doe, thank you for the support. Have a beautiful League Start in 8 days. Thank you, man. Okay, let's kill the boss, open a new map. Yeah. Here I need to buy a jewel. It's called Split Person. I put it already. Oh shit. I have it. So a change that I did. So far we're using Dexterity and Life. Now I change my mind. We're gonna take Dexterity and Armor. Yeah, so this is a change that we will do for the build. We no longer buy with Dexterity and Life. We're gonna buy with Dexterity and Armor. Yeah. This will help you slightly with physical damage mitigation even better. It gives you 320 armor, which is fine. So when you buy the Split Personality, you try to focus now on Dexterity and Armor. Yeah, you see it gives you 320 armor, which is quite nice. Yeah, this is a change that we did. Another change, we drop the Ice Golem and we take Ensnaring Arrow, yeah? So on the last gems, you need to put the Ice Golem. We will drop the Ice Golem and you put Ensnaring Arrow. That will give you like 2-3 extra million DPS. So this is another change that we do. Yeah, another one, when you craft this body armor, you can buy, you know, we have a jewel. I mean, we'll talk later about that. So far, you remain like this.
We've made a trade.
Okay, let's do this one. So now let's see what I can do to get more dexterity, yeah? How much I have? 1,700. Well, a better timeless jewel. So here I have with 3 nodes with dexterity, we can get more nodes. We can get synthesized rings with increased dexterity. I can divine this to 12% dexterity. So this rolls from 9 to 12. Put a divine where we get 12. Okay, we can get more gem levels too to allocate more points. Let me get more levels first.
My mana is spent.
Already is quite strong, yeah? Look, I will not build any tower, let's see. Let's see without building towers, yeah? I think you will use some Scarabs or you can put Valords. You can do Val maps. Val maps are inclined to give you 8 modifier maps. You can put Valors manually on your maps, and there will also be some Scarabs that will help you with 8 modifier maps. No problem. Oh, my boys! I just realized here we get a lot of dexterity. So this is fluid motion. If you put it here, you get a lot of dexterity. So that's my next thing. I should put it earlier, actually. Okay, let me get a level, and I'm gonna drop these points here at the top. And we put here another fluid motion. This should get me easy to 1800 dexterity. That's my focus here. Let me get one more level first. Oh, by the way, speaking of blight, you can drop that base where you can anoint the belt. That's powerful as fuck. So now you'll have a base, not for my build, we will still use synthesized dexterity belt, but for other builds, that's powerful. Even on League Start. So there is a base where you can put an anoint on the belt. Already I can smell it, I will craft. So I will craft a really good belt with that base. Now where you can anoint the belt. That's quite powerful, actually. You can get, for example, extra endurance charges. You know, some builds, they stack endurance charges. You can get an anoint for extra endurance charge, extra frenzy charge, for example, extra power charge. That's very powerful for a belt. My boys, we can use it even on Siege Ballista. So on day 1, day 2, and day 3, we use a Stygian Vice, you know? I mean, there are some nodes that give you dexterity. Look here. Practical application, it's cheap, it's clear violet. So these are very cheap oils. And it gives you 20 dexterity. Also some resistances. So what we can do? On day 1, day 2, day 3, instead of buying a Stygian Vice belt, we can use that belt that you can anoint. And you put this anoint because it's cheap and gives you 20 dexterity. This is actually better than Abyss Jewel. Yeah, because it gives you strength 2, dexterity, elemental resistance, why not? So yeah, you can replace Stygian Vice for early League Start with that belt. And it's the oils are cheap. They didn't talk about the Genesis tree. So the Genesis tree should be nerfed, in my opinion. People are getting in the campaign 6 links. Yeah, that's a problem in my eyes. So they should nerf the Genesis tree. It's too profitable. We will see in the patch notes. They will talk about the Genesis tree. That's a big problem. They need to nerf it. I mean, it's not fun if you get a 6 link in the campaign. Also, it will affect. 6 links will be very cheap. Because of the Genesis tree, you will see 6 links will be much cheaper. Pay attention here. I'm doing with Ruinous Wagger, so monsters will have special abilities that will apply Ruin, and I'm doing with Ghost level 4. So not only that I have Ruinous Wagger, I have Ghost level 4, and I will do all the waves. So here I'm playing Ruinous Wagger and Ghost level 4. And you will notice that I barely get any Ruin stacks. Check my Ruin stacks. Yeah, no Ruin stack. This is because of how I play here, the gameplay. I'm moving at all times. I'm also summoning the totems. That's why I'm not getting Ruin stacks. Look. if you play like this, you should not get ruin stacks. Or if you get, it will be 1 or 2.
A sliver of the winter of the world returns.
In 2 hours, I think. So after the Ziggy D interview, they will publish the patch notes. So we need to wait for Ziggy D to finish the interview, then we will have the patch notes.
Relentless assault.
Look, I don't have ruin stacks. I have Ghost level 4 and Ruinous Wagger, the keystone, and I don't have ruin stacks. This is also fine.
Contamination moves swiftly.
Move in circles. And as you move, you drop totems.
The storm comes swiftly.
No ruin stacks, yeah? Ghost level 4 and Ruinous Wagger.
That makes it 2 in a row.
Look, you duplicate, yeah? 25% chance, duplicate rewards. Tomorrow I'll make a video on YouTube talking about the biggest changes from the reveal that we had here, yeah? I will start with tier 17 maps. Again, in my opinion, that's the biggest change that they did. They removed. Of course, they reworked the Atlas, but tier 17 maps was a big problem for the game. It forced players to play bossing builds, yeah? So we had less build diversity, everyone was concerned about bossing, you know? In order to do tier 70 maps, you need a build that's capable of farming bosses. So we had less diversity in terms of builds. I will check with the patch notes. So scouting reports and Kirak missions, I will need to check in the patch notes. Yeah, when they reveal it in 1 hour. Look, you can do no problem. I'm not using the graft, yeah? Same with the ritual, you move in circles and you drop totems. You know, moving around, it's a natural defense. Okay. Keep running map and get a level, then we put another fluid motion.
Orders in. Was a long journey.
Let me check on the YouTube channel. So they need to publish again what we've seen, and I will discuss on the video, but they need to upload it on YouTube. Okay, let's do this one. Strand, it's a good map. Let's do it. My boy, let me click on that link. 1 second. No, I need the video. So what we've seen here on the stream, I need to see the video on their YouTube channel. Not this one, I need a video. They will publish it pretty soon. I mean, we can discuss on this. Okay, let's do it. Let me switch to browser and we can discuss it for sure. It's something, no? Okay, so we have this page with everything that will be added in the patch 3.28, and we can discuss it. Of course, we have a league mechanic. So in each patch that they do, they introduce a new league mechanic. This will be an in-map content, so when you do your regular maps, you will interact with the league mechanic, which is important. So we have league mechanics that are active inside the maps or outside of the maps, you know, like Sanctum. Sanctum is outside of the map. And this will juice the already existing content, it will make it more powerful. You see, you can interact with Legion, Blight, Strongboxes, etc. Yeah, so this will be a way to juice your maps, pretty much. Now, the mechanic, I need to read in the patch notes exactly how it works. Yeah, there are some buffs here. You don't want buffs that improve the build. You know, if you play a strong build, you should not need Soul Eater, for example. Look, this is great. More currency in your... Oh! They also explain that there is a new keystone that will make you drop more divination cards from other maps. That's broken as fuck. Because there are many expensive divination cards from the Atlas. So even though it drops from random maps, it's still very rewarding. So you have much more divination cards that you drop, and a lot of maps on the Atlas give expensive divination cards. So that keystone, I think it will be mandatory to take on any strategy that you do. Yeah. So in the reveal, they presented a keystone that doubles your chances of getting divination cards from other maps. So in my eyes, that will be mandatory to take on any strategy that you do. Yeah, that's really broken. You have to see here. So each mechanic has extra... even for essences, they added a new essence here. Let me see what we get. Let me check for boots. Increase movement speed for each nearby enemy up to 50%. I mean, if you have a lot of enemies around you, it's a shit build. Unless you play Fulcrum Chieftain or Cast When Stun Chieftain, they tend to have a lot of enemies around you, especially in Simulacrum or Ultimatum. So unless you play Chieftain with Cast When Stun or Fulcrum, this is shit for boots. Gloves, it's similar, yeah, attack speed and cast speed for nearby enemies. Helmet. Plug 6 to level of socketed gems. Well, there is a single... it's not great. Shield, armor applies to fire cold, yeah, if you blocked. I'm looking if it's something broken here, yeah? Belt, equip magic flask, have 30% increased effect. If you have not used flask, this is shit. Chance to deal double damage against enemies for each type of element you have. This is quite powerful. So this one, chance to deal double damage, you inflict multiple elements anyway. Chill, ignite, shock. So this is powerful. Now you can get more than 10% with two-handed weapon. Nearby can be increased, right? No. So maximum, it says maximum 50%. You cannot get more than that. Let me see what... Here are the special uniques which you can upgrade with this currency. We will see them in the patch notes. Look, they added new items. Let me see. This is an amulet. Increases and reductions to effect of flask. So this will buff the Arcane Surge buff. You have Arcane Surge during effect of any mana flask. This is shit. It's not that... Maybe if you do a mana stacker, who knows. Check this one. While on low life, life flask gain 4 charges every 3 seconds. I mean, you can get a Petrified Blood setup. This is good if you use a Petrified Blood, but we have better amulets, that's the problem. So we have way better amulets than this that we can use. Let me see, here you can upgrade your skills with this coin. And can give you another support. So now the skill gems can have an additional support. I'm curious what Siege Ballista can get. So we can try to corrupt the Siege Ballista gem. Yeah, and we get an additional support. Even for Shrapnel Ballista. Yeah, we're gonna see in the patch notes. So this is powerful. So this is very powerful. All the skill gems, pretty much you play on a 7 link. Yeah, with this one. This is a boss, you know, each content that they add, in each new league we have a boss, it's normal. They add a special mechanic and a boss for that content. What we have here? Time on casting a spell. So I don't know what's to spend in time. Yeah, we will check in the patch notes. They added new skill gems. They are not incredible in my opinion. They are quite slow. Even for the holy sweep here, you need to be close to the enemy. So for the holy sweep to do the damage, you need to be closer to the enemy, which you don't want. Yeah, you don't want to get too close to the enemy. So the holy sweep is shit. This is similar to smite. Why not use smite? I mean, we can have some fun. It's a slam, no? I think smite is better than this. Divine blast. No, they are not that great. So in the skills that they revealed in the stream, I didn't see any skill gem that's incredible in my opinion. No, we want to do shrapnel. It's still superior. You can stay with siege ballista, but I prefer shrapnel ballista. I know more defensive layers. You know, the tankier the better. So shrapnel will still be better than siege, no problem. Even without tier 17. Also shrapnel can do simulacrums. It can do sanctums. It destroys the boss in like 2 seconds. So yeah, shrapnel will still be superior than siege. So even if they remove tier 17, shrapnel will still be a better build. Okay, changes to the Atlas. Yeah, we've seen them. Here I will check in the patch notes exactly. So the endgame, it's pretty confusing for me. There are some things that I need to check. Yeah, so already you'll have all the icons, you know, they will not be hidden when you open the Atlas, which is great. I also like the fact that you don't need anymore to do all the unique maps. You can just pick 10 that you like and you do them. So they said there are 20 unique maps. In order to get the bonus objectives, you pick 10 that you like. Yeah. So they added even this one, Untitled Paradise, will be a unique map that can drop. This is an indication that they remove Kirak missions. So the fact that they make the Untitled Paradise as a map that can drop, this gives us a hint that they remove the Kirak missions. So you can no longer find Kirak missions that you can open. Because Untitled Paradise, they make it a map, you know, a map that can drop. So yeah, this is a confirmation that we don't have Kirak missions. I also like the numbers that they added here. You can clearly see the tiers better. Let's go down. This is an old mechanic that is returning. Pretty much they tweaked it a little. So in the War of the Atlas, you had influence similar to this one for Elder and Shaper, and they implemented it back with different changes. And when you put influence in an area, it gives you different benefits. In this case, more quantity. Oh, it's randomized actually. What we have here? Yeah, so you need to apply this orb into a region that you want to farm. And you get a different effect until you apply until you get an effect that you like for your maps. You know, keep applying this orb here over and over again until you get the effect that you like. Once you have successfully fully completed the shaped region, so this region here, you do all the maps until you complete all the region. Yeah, you can access this area. It's called Memory Vault. So you need to apply the influence, you complete all the maps within the influence, then you will be able to open the Memory Vault, where you can get some special rewards. Yeah, powerful rewards. So you put the orb here with the influence, you do all the maps in that area, then you have access to Memory Vault and you check what you get. That's how it works. Over 40 new exceptional support. These are the Awakened Gems, most of them. So another big change is that they removed the Awakened Gems. So in the presentation, they said that they removed the Awakened Gems and instead they apply the effects on the new exceptional support gems. So half of them will be Awakened Gems pretty much. So instead of calling them Awakened Gems, they will be exceptional support gems. The way the voice stones work has been changed. So the way you acquired voice stone has been changed. This is quite important. Petal skills have been removed. This is great. You know, when you do a tier 16.5 map, there are some skills at the bottom that nobody pressed them. You know, nobody was caring about those skills. So I'm really happy that they removed those skills. Nobody was using them. Scaras have received a balance pass and more. Yeah, it's fine. So yeah, this is another big change. We no longer have those petal skills. And the voice tones will be unlocked in a different way. This is also big. Of course. So I always update the build, especially the build that I personally play. So Siege Ballista, it's a build that it's my personal starter. I will keep it up to date. Remember, you also have here the guide. So any change that I do to Siege Ballista will be updated in the guide. Here is the build guide. Yeah. So I will make sure before the leak starts that I will update based on the changes that I've seen. Remember that we have the Farul bloodline. So they said that the bloodline ascendancies will stay, which is great for me, because this is powerful. The ascendancy number 4 from Farul, it's broken as fuck. It's good for Siege Ballista, it's good for Shrapnel. It gives you a lot of attack speed and critical hit chance. So I'm really happy that they kept the Farul ascendancy. You know, this is better than what we had here. You know, this is a lot of damage for free. Yeah. So this will stay, we will have it in the game. Okay, let's go back here. Area contains an additional exceptional rogue exile. This is also powerful. You know, people like Fabgun that like to push their maps with a lot of juice, they will run this crap. The exceptional rogue exile, you have triple wisp and the possession. I mean, it's inclined to give you better loot. Now the problem is you can only use 2. So you can have 2 exceptional rogue exiles, you know, but who knows, I think it will be quite powerful. What we have here. Okay, this is the voice tone. And of course, they... Look here, tier 17 maps have received significant changes to better align the video. So now they are called Nightmare maps. And now they are tier 16. So this is the removal of tier 17. So instead of tier 17, they are tier 16, but called Nightmare maps. Yeah, so will be optional to run them just for the boss fragments, for the Uber mode bosses, yeah. Look, with the primary purpose of being to obtain the Uber boss fragments. A beautiful change. So tomorrow when I make the video, I'll start with this one. Yeah, this is a very impactful change. Petobexal Mirage, yeah, so they keep this, we knew it already. In the endgame, this mechanic receives full Scarabs and Atlas tree support. Yeah, so you can customize the Genesis tree and the crap from the Atlas tree. With notables and keystones that allow players to control each time of breach. This is normal. You know, this was to be expected. Let's see the Scarabs. So yeah, this is normal. That's the boss that can appear when the expanding breach. Sometimes it gives you a unique boss. You can guarantee that boss with this one. Area contains 2 additional unstable breaches. It's fine. And this is how you get those, for example, Skin of the Loyal, you get Skin of the Lords. You know, the body armor, you can use this one. So it's no longer Blessing of Chayula, they changed the name. Instead of Blessing of Chayula, it's called Flesh of Zesh. And this you can apply on all the breach-specific uniques. Yeah. And the special content that you farm can give you these special support gems. Quality of life features, we already seen them. Tomorrow I'll make a video explaining my top 5 impactful changes from the reveal. Yeah? I'll start with tier 17. Okay, let's go back to the game. Here I'm doing more showcase with Siege Ballista. This is a build that I leveled from level 1 3 days ago on stream. So this is my starter, it's quite good. It can farm all the content from the Atlas. It can do Legion, it can do Breach, it can do Abyss, it can do Ritual, it can do Ultimatum, etc. Yeah, they changed the name. They will be tier 16. So in terms of power and juicing, tier 16. I'm expecting to remove those special modifiers. You know, tier 17 also came with special modifiers. So we're gonna see in the patch notes if they remove the special tier 17 modifiers. Yeah, we will see in the patch notes.
This trial may be the one that brings about relentless assault.
How you do the ultimatum? You move in circles towards the edge of the arena. As you move, you want to drop your totems.
Ruin arrives suddenly.
Of course, the more you upgrade, it will get easier and easier.
Ruin reaches.
Ultimatum, it's very profitable on League Start. A lot of people need Catalyst. In addition to Catalyst, you can find expensive rewards too. So it's not just Catalyst.
Breath of contamination moves swiftly.
Yeah. When I start the Atlas, first I go with Blight. After Blight, I'll go to Ultimatum, and then I go to Ritual.
Rest for the wicked. Death's cold grip is inescapable.
Man, 1 second. Yeah, it's fine.
Your doom is dark and royal. Hate begets hate.
So you always move. If you play this build, you should always move. It's a build where you need to be on the move all the time.
Death is swift. Cold.
Yeah.
Luck can only carry you so far.
Okay, let's kill the boss. After I level up, I will get much more dexterity. Very cheap actually. So here we put another fluid motion in this area. It should give me 1800 dexterity. I need to get one more level.
Let's get it done. Cover me.
My boy, second, I'll give you the link now. 1 second, I forgot. I need to check the Twitch and the YouTube chat too. Okay, I'll copy paste the link. Sorry, I just seen it, you know. My boys, the boys from YouTube, you have the build guide. Check that YouTube chat, yeah? So that's the link to my guide, yeah? On the first page, let me show you, 1 second. So here we go to the guide. You scroll on the first page to the bottom and you have the league start section. So you scroll a little and you see here leveling, league start scenario. Here you have a POB that shows you the skill tree allocation order, and here you have everything explained that you need to do. If you don't want to read, no problem, you check here the video, how to league start with Siege Ballista, and I'll show visually what you need to do. Yeah? So you can read here step by step what you need to do, or you can check the video guide here, how to league start with Siege Ballista. You can see how this build performed in the previous leagues here. So in previous leagues, you can see how I pushed the build from level 1 to best in slot items. You click here with the mouse, yeah? Let's go back to the game. Yeah, I keep forgetting to read the YouTube chat. The best way to level up with blighted maps. No, my boy, I was a little busy. Yes, I will do it eventually. Piranim, I got a link on Discord, but I'll do it later. So I was a little busy yesterday and today. I'll do it eventually, don't worry. Like tomorrow, maybe. So I always need to make sure that I fix all my real life issues so I can play on League Start. So I need to play without interruption. So yeah, I have some things that I need to do. So for me, League Start, it's important. I need to make sure that I'm not interrupted by my neighbors or any other guy. Yeah, you're right. For the last 3 leagues, I always got sick on League Start. So previous leagues, each time when we had a League Start, I got sick. Don't ask me why. So fingers crossed that I don't get sick again. Each time when we have a League Start, for some reason I get sick. No, I feel great until we have a League Start, then I get sick. A Holy Relic, it's a good build. So let me tell you that we have quite a lot of people inside my guild that are playing Holy Relic. So if you want to go with Holy Relic, let me tell you, it's a good build. Yeah. So that build was tested by a lot of people from my guild, and we can say that it's a good build. Yeah. The Holy Relic from Valor Mage, yeah, there are multiple versions. You can ask me about starters, you know, I'll give you my impression on them. My boy, we're waiting for the patch notes, yeah? So in 1 hour they will publish the patch notes and I will take a look at the ascendancy, skill gems, and let you know how it is, yeah? So it will be like in 1 hour. So we're gonna check it together in 1 hour. Let me check the rewards. This is expensive on League Start, yeah? Here it's an example of a quiver that you can sell on League Start. We have some resistance, maximum life, physical damage, and this one, bow attacks for an additional arrow. So a quiver like this on League Start you can sell 40 kills. See? You need to check the rares, that's the idea. So this quiver on League Start, it's like 40 kills with League Start prices, yeah? Not now, this is a different league. League Start price is like 30-40 kills, this one. So if you do ritual, check the rares on Lickstart. You will automate the flask the moment you have the currency to automate it, yeah? As soon as possible. So when you have money to buy instilling orbs, you should automate the flask. It makes it way easier.
My mana is spent.
Let me read on YouTube. So it says this iron has a league starter with champion explosive arrow. It's fine, but it will fall off in damage. That's the problem. So if you're playing explosive arrow with champion, the moment you reach tier 16 and higher, you will notice that the damage falls off. Yeah? So you do less damage. With Siege Ballista, the more you push it, you will do more and more damage. So that's the thing. You have a better clear with Siege Ballista and better damage. Yeah, you asked me about that build. So yeah, this build will do better damage and better clear speed for the mass. We actually also use explosive arrow until we transition. So in the campaign, we will actually use explosive arrow, white maps, yellow maps, explosive arrow, and in red maps, we transition to this one. This is better for the end game in terms of damage. And even for the clear speed is better. Okay, let's run a new map. The way I adapted this build is to be great for new players. So if you never played Path of Exile 1 before, if you follow the guide, you will love the build. Yeah, so I don't think about what I want, I think about what new players need. That's how I adapted the build.
Your series of victories will end relentless assault.
Take this.
Death's cold grip is inescapable.
Let me read it. Was thinking to play a champion this league start and try different builds, but all on champion. My boy, if you're new to the game, if you want to make Zizaran's champion, it's a good build with explosive arrow. It's new player friendly. So yeah, if you're new to the game, you can make that build with champion. To change endgame after explosive arrow. You asked me about champion, no? Well, let me make a recommendation here. Okay, I'll put it on the screen. So you can transition from explosive arrow to my other build with Herald of Agony. One moment. I'll put it on the screen. So you can make this build here. Hitter, boss! X14 Hitter, thank you for the support, my boy. Thank you. Have a lovely league start in 8 days. So you can transition to this build. Yeah, let me finish the ultimatum and we're gonna talk about it. It's quite strong, we can even do simulacrums. So you can stay with explosive arrow and you find some currency, you transition to my Herald of Agony champion. It's very tanky too. Let me finish this map and we're gonna talk about it.
The wind conspires with the flames. Nah, it's cheap. Nobody uses it. Death, swift, cold.
So you move in circles towards the edge of the arena. As you move, you drop totems. That's how you do ultimate. You don't stay in the middle. So this is not like Caspian Stun Chieftain where you need to stay in the middle. No.
Be torn to shreds.
You stay at the edge of the arena.
The vapors are unescapable.
My boys, you should get your drops, no? By now. It's like 1 hour or 2 hours, no? Check your drops. Let me check my drops. So, you know, just for watching this beautiful stream, you should get drops, no? Yeah, everyone should have it by now. So if you check on Twitch, you should have your drops already. Yeah, you can claim them.
A hateful grip will steal your breath.
Man, let me claim my... Because I'll forget. Let's claim my prize here. Okay, let's go.
The blood-soaked ground turns against
Yeah.
This will not continue.
Okay, let's do the map boss. So again, this build can do everything from the Atlas. Everything. When the build is fully done, it becomes tanky. It's not squishy, but when it's fully done. On League Start, you play a little more careful. No, it will be like this. In white maps, yellow maps, I will go with Blight. The moment I enter red maps, I will add the Ultimatum and Ritual. Blight is great at the start, you know. White maps, yellow maps, Blight. When I enter red maps, I will add Ultimatum and Ritual. I'll make a video about my progression. 5 days before the league starts, I'll make a video with Atlas progression. No, I don't do heist. Usually new players, so people that go directly to heist, 90% of them are new to the game. So people that are new to the game, usually they go with heist, you know, League Start. Even in the campaign, they do contracts in the campaign. Those are new players. My priority is to unlock the Atlas as fast as possible, yeah? So I want to unlock the Atlas as fast as possible. That's my priority. Great build. You can scratch your ass. So this is a character that I've been leveling up for the last 3 days from level 1. And I just noticed a mistake. Here is the mistake. We need to take Shakari Pantheon. Here I'm using group. Let me see what we have. Whoop. I'm even thinking about dropping Ritual. So I will do Blight, then we go to Ultimatum, and maybe we take Breach for the last content. This build is great for Breach. So I'm contemplating about dropping Ritual. You know, so we do Blight, Ultimatum, and Breach in this order. So I'm thinking to do that, yeah? We will check the Atlas tree. Okay, let's put on the screen. I wanted to show you something. So this boy from YouTube asked me about the Explosive Arrow Ballista, what he can transition later. You can transition to my Herald of Agony champion from Explosive Arrow, yeah? Here is gameplay showcase. It can do Simulacrum 5 with tier 17. And yeah, so from Explosive Arrow, if you want to do an endgame build, you have an option to do this one. This is a one button build, very easy to play, very tanky too. One second, let's see. Look, I'll go. These are the last waves from Simulacrum, yeah? So, yeah. I'll put the build guide for you, 1 second. So this is the build. Everything is explained. It's a great build, you will love it. So you can start with Explosive Arrow. Later, when you find currency, you can transition to this one. It's a one button build, very tanky too. Here I explain the items, everything is in the build guide. The Fallborn items, I think they will stay, yeah, they stay. I'll give you the link now. Let me put it here on YouTube. Yeah, so that's the build guide. Okay, let's do another map. I need to level up. To take the Pantheon, which will be Shakari and Lunaris. This build is great for Legion. What do you mean don't think so? This build destroys Legion. This build, it's incredibly good for Legion. It simply smashes the entire Legion. I repeat, this build can do all the content that you see here, everything. It's excellent at everything. Legion destroys Legion, Harvest no problem, Breach no problem, Abyss no problem, everything it can. So if you like Legion, this is a great build. When you're fully done, you can do Legion without problems. Well, you need to make sure that you do the build fully. Also, you need to make sure that you have enough dexterity. Yeah, so you make sure that you follow the guide and you do your upgrades. Look, after this map, I will put a Legion Scarab. Look, let me finish this map and I will put some Legion Scarabs and we're gonna do multiple Legions. Yeah, I will show you how the build is in Legion.
This trial may be the one that relentless assault.
Let me finish this map.
Rare is the breath of living air.
I should level up here.
The vapors are inescapable. Your doom is dark and royal. Ruin arrives suddenly.
You know, what I didn't understood if they removed Harbingers, yeah? So I need to check in the patch notes if Harbingers got removed or not.
Ruin reaches for you from afar. Ruin is all around. Your reach exceeds your grasp.
Look, I'm not getting ruin stacks because I move at all times.
Be torn to shreds.
Oh!
A classic.
Whoa!
But far fairer now.
Yeah. No, I have the ghost, fuck! Have the ghost. Yeah.
My service is finally over. And my service continues. Chaos laughs, mortal, and fortune is yours.
Okay, let's corrupt the mask. This is a great corruption. It can turn into a different helmet. Oh, it changed my curse. New. You see, it has the special corruption. This you don't typically get as a corruption on the helmet. And if you get a good, unique other, for example, fractal thoughts, you can get. No, yeah. Now I'm playing on keeper, so nobody will buy it. Of course, this is better. So you played my ancestral commander in Frisia. Yeah, that was a good build, but this is like 3 times better. So this is superior. This is the one that is better. In Legacy of Frisia, we had different ascendancy classes, yeah? Okay, I will buy here another fluid motion. This is a very common jewel. After the map. And we're gonna do some legions, you know. You ask me if my build can do legion, it can do it very easy. I mean, let's do it now. Let me check if we get something here. A poop. Okay, let's do some legions now. So I can showcase the build. We can temporarily, I mean, we can drop this later. This is for Lickstad, yeah? Checking my resistances now. I mean, I will need to get more fire resist. No problem, we can play like this for now. And I will take this jewel socket. And here we're gonna buy another fluid motion. This is a very common jewel. Fluid motion, you know, even on Lickstad. Okay, instant buyout. This can roll from 16 to 24. Now let's buy with 24. I should reach 1800 dexterity. Let's see.
Check in with me when you have a moment.
Check my dexterity. Yeah. Let's buy here with 24 too. Let's buy another one. Okay, we put it. Check my dexterity. Eh! 1799. Which buy here another one. They implemented recently to the game. You know, you can sell items while offline. So while inside the game, you place the question mark key on your keyboard. That's what you need to do. Question mark key on your keyboard will open this interface where you can buy it, so you can avoid the trade website. This is a recent implementation. We didn't have this past years, you know. Okay, now I should have the dexterity. So let me show you what happened here. At the moment I can summon 16 totems, yeah? When you get... there are some breakpoints. Every 200 dexterity you get 1 extra totem. So now I'll have a 1800 dexterity. This means 1 extra totem. The more totems you have, the more damage you do. Pretty much. So now I have 17 totems. Okay, my boys, let's do some Legion, because you asked me about Legion. So let's take some Scarabs to force Legion out. 3. This and this. Put Legion on the map device. We can actually do 5 ways if you want. I will do 5 ways actually. Get here. Let me do a small map like beach, for example. Beach. This one we can do it. Less juicy to make it harder. Let's put Legion on the map device. Okay, I hope you're watching. Look, I'm doing Legion here. Okay, we do it. Let's start it.
Your victories will not continue.
I just cleared all the monsters. Everything. And now we kill them. So yeah, you can farm Legion if you want. You clear them quite fast. Another one. I mean, I need the Legion boss too, but we will get them. Look here, a Legion boss. Done. And now we wait. Look, here it's a Legion boss. Done. You just need to do your upgrades, that's it. Man, the nightmare maps are tier 17 that would lower to tier 16 though, so they will be easier. That's a big change that they did. We no longer have tier 17 maps. Man, hallelujah. So one of the biggest changes that they do for the Atlas, they remove tier 17 maps. Nightmare maps will actually be tier 16 maps, where you can farm the fragments. You can focus on the fragments. I'll make a video on this tomorrow. So yeah, they did a good job there.
Miasma spreads.
They remove harvest. Oh, my boys, check the stream, the chat. So they actually removed harvest. No, explosive arrow is the best. Explosive arrow, it's an easy gem for new players, yeah? Stay with explosive arrow, it's a great gem. You will unlock the Atlas fast. No, little currency, good defenses, so yeah, if you do explosive arrow on the champion, you'll see it's great. You do Zizaran's explosive arrow. It's a good build.
Contamination moves.
I'm responding to YouTube comment, yeah?
A hateful grip will steal your breath. Ruin arrives suddenly. Ruin reaches from afar.
My boys, the drops work, you know, people already claim their prize. You need to watch my shitty stream for 1 hour and you get some free MTX. You know, you can also use it in Path of Exile too. So they work.
Death's cold grip.
Stay here with POEGuy 1 hour or 30 minutes, I forgot, and you get... click on that link and you see exactly what you get. My boys, I'm joking. When I say shitty stream, I don't actually mean it. You know, I say shitty stream, but of course it's not shitty. It's a figure of speech.
Hate begets hate.
Yeah, I'm staying online until they publish the patch notes so we can check them out, yeah?
A slither of the winter of the world returns.
Yorosaki boy. We can take this, by the way.
Your arteries constrict.
Yeah, you need to learn the modifiers. When you do Ultimatum, you need to learn what to pick, what to avoid.
Everywhere your gaze falls, there shall be only ruin.
Whoa.
I suspect that I'm being made a fool.
Let's do Legion again. So you see, we can do Legion. But of course, you need to do your upgrades. That was the problem. No, I'm waiting for the patch notes. They have not been released yet. So we're waiting for the patch notes. You know, Ziggy D has an interview now. After the interview, they will publish them. So we're waiting for Ziggy D to finish.
I must have time to gather.
When it's fully done, I'm assuming yes. So this build is not for tier 17, but I can show you that you can do for the favor map slot unlock. So look, after this map, I will run a tier 17 map, but remember, this build is not for tier 17. Look, let me finish this map and I will do a tier 17 so you can see it. If you want tier 17 easy, you can transition to my other build, Shrapnel Ballista. From Siege Ballista, you go to Shrapnel. That build, it's way easier. You know, a lot of defense is better for tier 17. Okay, let me finish this map and we're gonna do a tier 7. I need to pay attention when I'm rolling the map, yeah? They are cheap. After this map, we're gonna do a tier 17. So this build, it's not for tier 17, but when it's fully done, you can do it. I mean, it's not fully done yet. I still have upgrades, yeah? No, my boy, the best belt is from the build guide, when the best belt will be a synthesized belt with increased dexterity. This will give you a lot of dexterity, so not Headhunter. You open the build guide and you check there, and in the build guide I explain, synthesize the belt with increased dexterity. This will be the best belt. Yeah, so don't use a Headhunter. This is better. For Siege Ballista, yeah? Yeah, you can find it in Ritual too. So Ritual can give you synthesized items, but usually you don't farm for it, you buy it. So the only thing that will be expensive will be synthesized rings with increased dexterity, which I'm not using. So here I don't have synthesized rings with increased dexterity. These are cheaper, yeah? Of course, if you have with increased dexterity, they are better, but I'm not using them here.
We've made a trade.
Yeah, they buffed the ground loot a little, they explained that. Okay, so you want to see tier 17, let's do it. First of all, I need to start with a warning. Let's put it on the screen. So in the build guide, if you scroll down a little, I explain what we... One second. Here it is. So at the top of the guide, I explain what we can farm, what we cannot farm. So Siege Ballista, it's not for Pinnacle boss, Uber mode bosses. It's not for tier 17. But we can do them. If you want to do tier 17 easy and Pinnacle bosses, on Uber mode, you can transition to my Shrapnel Ballista. So from Siege Ballista, you have an option to transition to this one, which can do all the content from the game. So you have a possibility to push it further. Yeah? But even though I said this build was not designed for tier 17, I will run one with you now. So let's run one. Okay, let's go here to maps. Fortress will be the easiest. If you want to unlock your Atlas for the map slot, you can do Fortress.
No rest for the wicked.
Now I need to read the modifiers.
No rest for the wicked. Leave none alive.
Give me a second, I need to make sure that I don't take crap. We can do this, no? More monster, like, it's fine, I mean. Where the... Here it is. So I don't recommend tier 17. If you want to do for the favor slot unlock, you can do Fortress. So again, this build is not for tier 17. But here I will do a tier 17. Yeah.
Your victories will not
I mean, let's do it, why not?
through life's mystic pain will break.
But yeah, remember that they did some changes now.
Everywhere your gaze falls, there shall be only ruin.
So here I'm answering on YouTube. So you ask me on how low budget you can make this build. The answer is 50 chaos, 1 divine. So you can make this build to farm tier 16 maps for as low as 1 divine, 50 chaos. Of course you will want to push it after, but you ask me for how low can you go. So yeah, 50 chaos orbs on 1 divine, you can farm tier 16 maps. If you check my Twitch VODs, so you go on Twitch and you check my VODs section from previous days, you can see how this build performed with 50 chaos orb. So for the last days I was farming a lot of Ultimatum and Ritual with 50 chaos orb investment on a 5 link. Now I pushed it today, but yeah, so this is will also be cheap on it.
Lightning gives little warning. Your reach exceeds your grasp. Death's cold grip is inescapable. Hate begets hate. winter of the world returns.
We're gonna see everything in the patch notes, including the new gems. Yeah, we're gonna check them too.
The wind conspires for flames.
Look, a diviner. And this can get duplicated. I have 25% chance to duplicate the rewards, yeah?
Your enemies hasten.
And here I'm not using scarabs, by the way. So I'm not using bribing scarabs in this map. Look, it got duplicated. So from the skill tree, you have 25% chance to duplicate the rewards. Oh! And something is killing me. The fuck? Look at my life. Huh? Oh. Look at my life. The fuck? This is a visual bug or something. Oh. The fuck? And why the fuck I'm losing life?
The dog is in the henhouse, as a commoner might say.
Yeah, it's this ghost, man. This ghost. This is the ghost of sex. Yeah, it's because of this ghost. The ghost of sex, look. It's following me. Okay, let's go for the boss now. I'm not checking POBs on stream, yeah? So that's a rule. My streams are becoming very boring when I'm checking different POBs, plus everyone starts with their POBs. Yeah, plus you're playing Zizaran's Explosive Arrow, you're not playing my version. So I do Explosive Arrow slightly different, you know, I don't go with damage over time. So the way I make Explosive Arrow, it's different from Zizaran. I scale direct hit damage. You know, you scale damage over time. So it's a different thing that you have there. So my Explosive Arrow Ballista is different from what Zizaran makes. I'm answering on YouTube, yeah? Legacy of Prisha, it's over. So you should not make it anymore. So the Legacy of Prisha event is over, which means you no longer have Ancestral Commander, the Ascendancy. So that build that I made in Legacy of Prisha was adapted for Ancestral Commander. You should not play it now in League. No, the event is over, the build will be over. So yeah, Legacy of Prisha, it's over, you should go to another build now. In the axe we use Explosive Arrow. What? Look, I'll put it on the screen because it's easier for me. So for the last few days I did the campaign multiple times. Yeah. Let's go on the first page. Yeah, you scroll down. You have here League Start Scenario Progression. Here you have a POB for the... Here you have a video guide also how to League Start with Siege Ballista. I have timestamps where I explain for the campaign what you need to do. We start in Acts 1-3, we use Holy Flame Totem. These are the gems that we use. In Act 3, we transition to Explosive Arrow Ballista. So in the campaign and white maps and yellow maps, we stay with Explosive Arrow. When you reach red maps, you will transition to the actual build, which is with Siege Ballista. Yeah? It tells you. You will transition to level 78 or higher when you have the mandatory items bought. To make it easier if you're new to the game, you should watch this video. How to league start with Siege Ballista. You have timestamps. You see visually what you need to do. So yeah, the campaign, it's with Explosive Arrow. Even tomorrow I will make a new Templar. So you can drop by tomorrow on stream. I will level a new Templar from level 1 to the end game. So I'll make a new run with a Templar. You can see how I progress in the campaign. If you want, you can drop by tomorrow on stream and you will see. Make a new one. No, there is no such ascendancy for... So Ancestral Commander, it was a party... The entire setup that I made in Legacy of Prisha was for Ancestral Commander. Yeah. Problem is we don't have Ancestral Commander anymore. Drella, boss, thank you again for the love. Here too. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. 1000 times thank you. So what I was saying on YouTube, I'm answering. So they removed the Ancestral Commander. If you want to pick an Ascendancy, you can go for... there is an Ascendancy that gives you Endurance charges. You know, I forgot the name. What the... Let me remember the name. Give me a second. I will tell you in a second. 1 second. I have a lapsus. So if you really want to play the build in League, you can swap to Juggernaut. Look, I'll put it on the stream. So if you really enjoy that build so much and you want to play it in League, you can swap to this one, Juggernaut. Yeah, this is the one that I would suggest. So let's see what you can take here. This one, gain an endurance charge when you are hit, and you will drop the small cluster jewel. You no longer need it, yeah? You take this one, additional elemental damage reduction per endurance charge physical, you can take this one too. Damage per endurance charge, of course, you will take this. And for the last one, let's see what you can take. This one, armor from equipped body armor is doubled. Yeah? So if you really want to play on League, you can take these points here. And this one here, armor from equipped body armor is down. And you play like this. Now let's go back to the game. Drella, again, thank you boss so many times. Dark Turigan, thank you too. I know you're there. I think you're there. So this build is not for tier 17, but I'm doing it anyway. If you want tier 17, you do my other build with Shrapnel Ballista. Done. Of course, if you get more dexterity, it will be better. You can also get Awakened Gems. Oh, look what I do. So you can get Awakened Gems too. You can get Awakened Elemental Damage. You can get Awakened Cold Damage to attacks. It will be even better. Let me try to get a good corruption here. Ah, shit. No, 2 months ago it will not sell. Yeah. So in the guide I told people that this build was not designed for tier 17. Why I did this? Because we can do tier 17. This is the reality. But I said like that because I tweaked this build for new players. And the problem with new players, they don't read the map modifiers, they don't apply the regex filter, they don't know how to move, they do a lot of mistakes, and in order to avoid all the drama, I just said it to avoid tier 17 if you play Siege Ballista. But actually, when the build is fully done with 2000 dexterity and awakened gems, you can farm without any issues tier 17. So I prefer to undersell the build so the people don't complain. If people put low expectations for the build, they will have a good time. If people will put high expectations, they will complain. So I prefer that people have lower expectations from the build, so everyone will be happy. Yeah. So if you start the build with low expectations, you'll be pleasantly surprised that it's good. If you start with high expectations, you can complain. Especially new players. Let's do this. Okay, let's put bribing scarab this time. Go to fragments. My favorite scarab for Ultimatum. This is the one. Better loot. Let me read it. So I'm reading on YouTube now. What's the difference between Shrapnel Ballista and Siege Ballista, boss? Well, the biggest difference that I need to mention right away is the price. You can make Siege Ballista for as low as 1 Divine Orb. So this functions great on as low as 1 Divine Orb. Shrapnel Ballista, on the other hand, needs much more. So you need around 120 divines. So this is the biggest difference that you will spot, the price. Siege Ballista, you can make it for as low as 1 divine. Shrapnel Ballista, you need around 120 divines. So this is one difference that I need to point it out. It's more expensive. Shrapnel Ballista has better defenses, so it's much more tanky, better damage too. More damage, tankiness. Yeah, but it's a different build. You have the option to transition later from Siege Ballista to Shrapnel Ballista when you farm some currency. Here on stream I'm using Siege Ballista. So you cannot lick stat with Shrapnel Ballista. You need to lick stat with Siege Ballista if you want. The transition to Shrapnel, it's optional. I mean, you can stay with Siege Ballista, it's the build that I'm playing here. Which is a good build. And if you want to learn more, let's put it on the stream. We go to the build guide. And I explain the difference, yeah? I said, if you decide to go for a higher, really hard content, you know, endgame content, you can later transition from Siege Ballista to Shrapnel Ballista, which is much more powerful, featuring a similar playstyle. The only major difference is the budget. Siege Ballista is much cheaper than Shrapnel Ballista, so keep that in mind. You can find the full guide here and we click it. And this is the build that can do everything from the game. Everything. Can do Simulacrum, can do 5 ways, can do Tier 17, can do Uber Mode Pinnacle bosses, everything from the game. So you can transition later to this one. You lick start with Siege Ballista, and later if you want to do all the content from the game, you have the option to make Shrapnel. The transition is very easy because we preserve most of the skill tree, same ascendancy, same bandit, same pantheon, etc. So you transition quite fast. All that you need to do is to take the items that I mentioned. If here some items, so you put them in a tab. When you have all these items here, you can transition. You also have a video guide. You might want to check it out. I explained in this video what you need to do. Let's go back to the game. Ooh. My boys, let me know when ZiggyD finishes the interview, yeah? So when ZiggyD is over, let me know, please. Yeah, you can do 5 ways with this build. With this build, you can farm 5 ways. I mean, after this map, I will show you. This build is not finalized, I still have plenty of upgrades, but look, I will run a 5-way for you. So you can do 5 ways with Siege Ballista without problems. When the build is fully done, yeah? Look, let me finish this map and we do a couple of 5 ways so I can show you. I still have upgrades, but even so I should be able to do it. I'll make a reminder video about my starter in 2 days. In 2 days on my channel, I make a reminder video of my starter. I will explain everything again for those that are new to the channel.
A sliver of the winter of the world returns.
Will be especially good for the new league. Yeah, for the new league content, this will be a great build for you.
Ruin is all around. Rare is the breath of
New.
contamination moves swiftly on wind.
Must have time to gather. My mana is spent.
Okay, let's take this.
A hateful breath will steal your breath.
Yeah, it's in mapping mechanic, which is great. So it's not like a side area like Sunken. You find it in your regular maps.
So be it. As the spirit is dead.
Okay, so let's do 5 ways, yeah? Let me finish the map. By the way, another advantage, if you farm 5 ways with this build, it will be easy to reach 100. So in 5 ways you get a lot of experience. Hey! James Bond, welcome! You're just in time, we're gonna check the patch notes. In 30 minutes they should publish the patch notes, we're gonna check them out. I mean the important things, yeah? Okay, let's roll. My boy, this is expensive. I'm rich. I mean, I was already rich, but look, this is 5 divines at the moment. Omen of Connection, if you find this on League Start, you'll be happy. Let's do the last ritual, maybe I can take it out. Look, Omen of Connection, it's expensive, even on League Start. My boy, don't delete your message. Look, I'm checking the YouTube chat. So I need to get used. I'm reading the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. Yeah, so put your message back. I will reply to it. No, sometimes I don't see it directly. I'm talking about Winfried Dylan. Boss, put your message again and I will help you. Don't delete it. So yeah, it's a little tricky for me. I need to pay attention to the game and read the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. Let's take it out. Yeah, so this on League Start is expensive. Okay, you asked me about 5 ways. Surprise, surprise, we can do it. But usually I tell people, if you're gonna farm 5 ways, in addition to the rare body armor, which I crafted on stream, in addition to more dexterity, you should have awakened gems. So if you want to farm 5 ways for Time Ritual, you should replace them with awakened gems. Especially this one, awakened cold damage to attacks. So let me get just awakened cold damage to attacks and we do it. This will be cheaper than elemental damage with attacks. So this awakened gem will be cheaper than elemental damage with attacks. Because we want level 5. There is also a beast that you can use. There is a beast that you can use to level up the gem. So yeah, you want 5 ways, you buy awakened cold damage to attacks, it gives you more flat cold damage. That's why. Few builds can do 5 ways early on. Usually they require an aura bot. So let's see the difference now. Let's see the difference together. No, we're waiting for the announcement, yeah? For the patch notes, sorry. The patch notes will be in 40 minutes. We're gonna check them together, see what they changed. So I'm waiting for the patch notes. So this gives you 167, 251. And this gives you 188, 282, which is much more. So we scale damage drastically via flat cold damage. This is a big damage boost for my build. So later you want to drop added cold damage here and the awaken version. And another awaken gem that you will need to change later. It's elemental damage with attacks. But this will be more expensive. Especially on League Star. No, we have the greater versions. So they explained that the awakened gems, we still have the game with a different name. So they will be called greater gems. Instead of awakened gems, greater gems. So we're gonna still have them in game. So this gives me 33 more elemental damage. And this gives me 39. Plus, it gives the totems immunity to elemental reflect. Okay, let's do a 5-way now. So you ask me if I can do it? Of course I can do it. And remember, I don't have 2000 dexterity. I do with 200 less. Let's put it here. There's a few builds can do 5 ways. What do you mean Omen in Ritual? I got it. Shelby, I got the Omen. So the Omen of Connection, I took it out. I mean, I took it out, the Omen. Yeah.
My mana is spent.
So of course I need more dexterity here, but you can still do it on 1800, but you need awakened gems. And you can also get experience here. The Atlas 3 progression guide will be after I see the patch notes. So they did some changes for the end game, for the Atlas. I need to see the changes. I will publish a video 5 days before the league starts with the Atlas progression. But I need to see the patch notes because they did some changes. Now we have a different progression. My boy Isvan, thank you for dropping by. Yeah, have a beautiful day. I'm waiting for the patch notes, yeah? So I cannot answer that question until they publish the patch notes, which will be up in like 30 minutes. So look, the Ziggy interview, it's over. So now they should publish the patch notes, let me know. So tell me when they publish the patch notes, we're gonna check them together on stream. So yeah, let me know when they publish the patch notes and we're gonna check them out. No, they should publish them any second now. Depends on the time zone, yeah? Depends on the time zone. Oh, another upgrade that I can do, which is quite big. You get a 6-link on the bow, and we're gonna put a snaring arrow. It will give us like 3-4 million extra DPS. So let me 6-link the bow after this one. That's 3-4 more million. Yeah, I heard. He wrote on the chat, so they removed Harbingers. Well, I have around 11 million, yeah? 10, 11 million. We can have much more than this, so I still have upgrades. I still have upgrades for the build. So the build is not done. Well, the body armor. So I'm not using rings with percentage dexterity, those will be expensive. So on purpose, I'm not using them. So the most expensive piece from what I have here has to be the body armor. Yeah, I crafted it on stream today, yeah? You can craft this body armor, if you follow the guide, with leak start prices, will be like 5-6 divines. And this should be the most expensive item. I mean, even here I will drop this one, and later we're gonna take with chaos resistance. I made sure that I didn't got anything crazy expensive. So no percentage dexterity rings here. You can craft a body armor such as this with leak start prices for 5-6 divines. You have it in the build guide. In the video build guide there is a timestamp on how to craft this one, deterministic craft. Yeah, we don't have the concept of tier 17 anymore. You know, I'm curious about Valdo maps. You know, Valdo maps are also tier 17, no? So what happened to Valdo maps? Yeah, of course they are still there, but what happened to them? If they removed the tier 17, they made them tier 16? Let me check my fire resistance 1 second. I need to keep my fire resistance, you know, I did some changes. Here I need to be careful. Yeah. We're gonna read it clearly in the patch notes, so they should mention in detail how they work the tier 17. Cool. So yeah, you asked me if I can do 5 ways, I shown you that I can do 5 ways. And remember, I still have some upgrades here. Now use the incubators. Okay, let's get a 6-link on the bow. I will 6-link the bow. Harbingers were not that bad, you know, as a content, they were fine. Let me put them somewhere. Put them here. Okay, let's 6-link Iron Commander, yeah? I'll buy a new one. Now, if I'm gonna 6-link one, I'll get good rolls too. The most important roll will be this one, attack speed. You try to get with 20%. Anyway, it's cheap. So this is a very cheap bow, you don't worry too much. So we put here 20, which is the max. So again, if you're gonna 6-link an Iron Commander, try to get with good rolls.
Orders in. Was a long journey.
Don't buy with anti-perfect rolls.
Sold something
Anyway,
while
it's
you
very
were
cheap, the bow.
gone.
Nobody uses this thing, except us. We put quality. This will give you better odds of hitting the 6-link. For the sockets, you buy Omen of the Jewelers. This will be faster. Will be at the bottom. This is cheap on League Start. It's like 10 kills on League Start.
We'll make it happen.
We'll give you the sockets. And now you need to get lucky with the fusing. Okay, let me get something.
I should raise
Okay, let's
my
link it.
fears.
This is neither the time nor the place.
No, I just deposit it fast in my hideout, you know, I'm not using here this. I'm not using even grafts. See, I don't have any grafts here. Because they will get removed. What the fuck? Oh! I had Omen... Oh fuck, I got in Ritual Omen of Connection. I didn't pay that. I had Omen of Connection from Ritual. So 2 maps ago, I find Omen of Connection. Fuck. I wanted to spam...
You've got a fair.
Oh, anyway, I don't care about currency. Let's be clear, I have plenty of currency, but I didn't pay that attention. It is what it is. Now let's put the last gem. So we want 2 blue and 4 green. So let's put here at least 2 blue. And this is the setup. So what we want here? We want mana for Jaros. We want Frenzy. And one more thing that I can tell you, you can use level 1 for Frenzy here, yeah? It will cost less mana. So this costs 10 mana, this costs 7 mana. We use it for the Frenzy charges. So if you want, you keep them level 1. Even Frostbomb here, yeah, you keep it level 1. The reason we use Frostbomb, it gives cold exposure minus 15. And if you level up the gem, it stays at minus 15, but it will cost more mana. So Frenzy, you should keep it level 1. Frostbomb, you should keep it level 1. Frostbite, you should level it up. So this we actually want to level it up. Cast on Critical Strike, you should put quality. It will help you to trigger the crits faster. So if you can, put quality on this. See? Frenzy will have more crit. So it will more reliably give you Frost Bombs and Frostbite. And the last gem that we're gonna use is this one. No, we no longer use Golem in the new version. We're gonna use Ensnaring Arrow simply because of this line. It says like this: ensnare enemies take increased projectile damage. So this pretty much will give you 3-4 million DPS. When the build is fully done, you get like 3-4 extra million DPS, which is better than the Golem. Yeah, so in the updated version, which I'm preparing a guide, we're gonna use this one, Ensnaring Arrow. You can put some quality, no? So yeah, you put quality too. You keep it level 1. You put it here. And this will be the setup. And now I do like 4 million DPS more. Remember to put Bless Orb on the bow. You want 50% or 49. Or 50 is better. So you Bless Orb the implicit. This will give you 3-4 million DPS extra. When the build is fully done, that's 3 million, 4 million extra DPS from a simple gem. Let me try to 6-link it here. Shh. Now you can use this one, Tighty Fusible. Let's put it here.
Shame me for such a paltry use.
Finally. And I have no use for it. I'll put it here. Okay, let's do another map. Remember, this one, Frenzy, level 1. Frostbomb, I'll put it in the guide actually, as a reminder. Frostbomb level 1. Snaring Arrow level 1, so you don't have mana issues. You know, the more you level it up, it will cost more mana. It can become clunky to play. Another thing that you can do, you can put Enlighten here. Let's do it. So later you can buy Enlighten level 3, doesn't need level 4. Wait a second, let's get a 4 link. Like this. And you can put Enlighten level 3. It will give you more mana to play with. Later, you see, so far I didn't use it, but later you want to put it here. You don't need level 4. Level 3 will be cheaper than level 4. Okay, let's see the difference. So let's be clear. I can summon my totems without any problems, without Enlighten. Look. So I'm summoning the totems, yeah? But if you put Enlighten here, it will give you more mana. That's it, you have more mana pool here, which will make it even easier with the mana management. Okay, let's do a map. Here I have no regen. Stay away from it. Let me make it to beach. Yeah, it's fine. Let's put Scarabs. My favorite Scarab, which is this one. I'm doing Ultimatum, yeah. No, I'm waiting for the patch notes. Any second now they should publish it. As a matter of fact, at midnight. So above my flask, it's my local time zone. When we have 0000, the patch notes should be up. So yeah, it will be like in 12 minutes. Oh, I fucked it up. You don't want to level up these gems. So these gems we don't want to level up. You right click with the mouse. Now, so it's Snaring Arrow Frenzy, you keep it level 1. We will see. So they will publish the patch notes in like 12 minutes and we will see together what they did. Like in 12 minutes they should publish the patch notes. Oh, Scion for sure. Scion, it looks incredible in my opinion. It's better than the old Scion. So the way they reward Scion is superior now. I need to see all the other nodes, yeah. I repeat, tomorrow on stream I will level another Templar. Yeah, we'll do the progression one more time, especially for the campaign. Yeah, I'll show you again how to progress in the campaign. Tomorrow. No, that's not that powerful. So that with 62 all attributes is not that powerful. We have much more powerful nodes. Even for aura bots, you know, all your auras get +2. And they also have increased area of effect. I mean, it's great, even for aura bots.
Does it sting to have gotten through and arrived suddenly? Ruin reaches for you from afar.
So in addition to the catalyst, you can find the really expensive things here with Ultimatum. From time to time, you'll get crazy rich, like an expensive divination card, you know, like Apothecary, House of Mirrors, etc. You can find in Ultimatum. It can also get duplicated. So you have 25% chance to duplicate the reward. I mean, this is a good card. If you get it on League-Start, this is a good card to get on League-Start.
A slither of the winter of the world returns.
Must have time to gather.
Relentless assault.
You talk about farming content, everything. So with this build, everything that you see here in the Atlas, it can do without problems. So it can do Abyss, it can do Expedition, it can do Harvest, it can do the Breach, it can do the Legion. Let me see what we can do. Ritual, no problem. Blind, no problem. Ultimatum, no problem. Mirror of Delirium, no problem. So everything here, everything that you have in the tree, it's easy for my build here, no problem, no stress. Everything.
Be torn to shreds.
One second. If you don't know a card, you search here. This is expensive, 200 more life, so this is a rare card. Let me check it again. What the fuck? I'll check with currency exchange. I know it's expensive because of the last line. You have 200% more master life. So even if the divination card is cheap, I can still sell it for 5 divines. Yeah. So the inscribed ultimatums have hidden reward tiers. If you have the multiplier with 200% more life, you can do the vendor recipe and you can even get a mage blood. I will check it after. Let me see. Should be expensive. It's rare. So to get here with 200 life, it's very rare, you know. The best rewards from the game are usually on inscribed ultimatums that have 200% more life multiplier. I'm gonna check it after I finish the ultimatum.
You shall suffer your own bile.
So the most common it's with no life or 30% more life. Yeah.
Miasma spreads.
My boys, let's put the Trial Master boss. You know? The next maps that I open, I will add Trial Master. So we do the boss too, guaranteed.
The future holds further challenges. Count on it.
Okay. Okay, let's see here. Check the rares, remember. On League Start, a lot of rares are expensive, yeah. Even the fractured items. Oh, this is expensive on League Start. This is an expensive fracture on a League Start. You have Chaos Resistance Tier 2. This on a League Start is like 20-30 Chaos. It's a good fracture here. I'm talking about League Start prices, not now.
You've got a Fez.
Okay, let's check the sacrifice here. So this is shit. This is shit, but this is expensive because people can do the vendor recipe. So I'll actually put 5 divines. 5 divines this one. People will pay 5 divines for this. There is a vendor recipe. You vendor 5 inscribe ultimatums with 200 more life, and you get 1 random. With 200% more monster life, you can get Mage Blood. You can get Sublime Vision. There are multiple ones that you can get. It's the best reward here. Okay, let's guarantee the Trial Master. Oh, my boys! I have some watchers I see it. How much is this? I forgot about this. I mean, we can identify if you want. So this is when I quit the league to go to Path of Exile 2. Yeah. No, this I gambled when they had the patch 0.4 for Path of Exile 2. I made a gamble, and this is what is left from the gamble. How much is Apothecary? How much it's Insane Cut? This one should be cheaper. I'll buy Apothecary. Let's try. Anyway, I don't care about currency that much. I have plenty on standard. Yeah. Let's take this and try our luck. And divination. Shit. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh. 2, 3. 4. Oh, I have a Mage Blood. Shh. Look, I got a Mage Blood. Put it here now. Sometimes you get lucky. Now let's take a Scarab and we guarantee the Trial Master fight. This one's dueling. Let's put it here and we do it. Let me know when the patch notes are up. It's very important, yeah? Oh, this build will be great for the league mechanic. So for the next league mechanic, this build will be incredibly good.
Random chance must dictate you win occasion. The storm comes swiftly.
Yeah, you instead of Stygian Vice, you can take the bell that gives you an anoint and you can put this anoint at the top. This is very cheap. So you use clear violet. These are cheap oils. It gives you strength and dexterity and 10 elemental resistances. So on league start, if you don't like Stygian Vice, you can buy this. And you put this one practical application. In my opinion, it's better than 30 dexterity. Now, it gives you some elemental resistance, some strength. It's better than a node like this, for example. So this is superior. It's better. The patch is out? Oh shit! We go directly to character selection and we're gonna check it. Give me a second. Let me click with the mouse. Now this is the important thing. Okay, let's put it on the stream. We check it together. First thing first, we put here Hierophant. Enter. So no changes to Hierophant. We put now Siege Ballista. No changes to Siege Ballista. We put Explosive Arrow. No changes to Explosive Arrow. Let's put what else? That's it. No nerfs. Let's check now like a normal human being. Let's check manually. Okay, so let's see Ascendancy changes. Here, Ascendancy changes. Let's see. Chieftain, Guardian, Warden, Assassin, Saboteur, Elamite, Assassin. So we don't have Hierophant here. Oh, good. Now let's check Skill Gem changes. Let me see where... Give me a second. Items changes. Yeah, I want to check this too. So let's see. I want to see if we see any problem for my build. No. 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 Yeah, no problems with the items. The items are fine. Ascendancy is fine. Skill gems are fine. Let me check Holy Flame Totem. My boy! It got buffed. So Holy Flame Totem, it's better now. Also received an extra tag, which is also great. So now we shoot more projectiles. 3 up to 6 projectiles. So now it was shooting 3, now we can shoot 6 projectiles. Holy Flame now deals 20% more damage. My boy! We do 20% more damage with Holy Flame. So Acts 1 and 2 will be faster. So they buffed Holy Flame Totem, they do more damage now. You see, Act 1 and 2 we do with Holy Flame Totem. Oh shit, it's over. My boy, you know... No, we use regular. But still a buff, we can shoot more projectiles, it's still a buff. Yeah. Shh. So, the conclusion is you can still make my starter, nothing changed. The build is strong. Yeah, I'll prepare a reminder video pretty soon. Now let's check the patch notes from the start, see what else. So yeah, but my league starter, it's perfectly fine, no problems. Okay, let's start from the top here, see what we have. Here it's regarding the league mechanic. This we can check it later. New content and features. So we have an Ascendancy for Scion, we've seen it already. The Awakened Gems got removed and they changed the name to Exceptional Support Gems. So this, some of them are the Awakened Gems with a different name. So we still have Awakened Gems, but they are now called Exceptional Support Gems. Yeah, we still have them. Introduce which corrupts a level 20 skill gems. Yeah, this is quite powerful. It can give you an additional support. It will be harder though to reach level 22 for Siege Ballista Shrapnel. Because it corrupts it, but you cannot get level 21, I think. So when you put Coin of Knowledge, you cannot get level 21 corruption anymore, I think. I hope that I'm wrong. The patch notes are great. So the league starter, you can use it, it's great. They actually buffed Holy Flame Totem, it shoots more projectiles. Okay, let's put Totem Placement Speed. Oh, this is similar to Path of Exile 2. This is great for us. So Hierophant from the Ascendancy gets 100 Totem Placement Speed. So now we will summon totems even faster. So the animation when the totems emerge was pretty slow. Now it will be even faster. So yeah, you should summon the totems even faster. Now this is a tiny buff. Anyway, we are summoning faster. So now, yeah, so getting the totems up will be even faster. So we actually got a buff here. So yeah, no nerfs and a buff for Holy Flame Totem, and we summon the totems faster, which is great. So we actually got a couple of buffs. Let me see here saying... I don't feel like reading everything here, man. So these are the gems that they added. So these are different skills that I need to check them. Let's skip them for now. Added 30 new unique items. Each time when they have a new league, they usually add new unique items. So this was expected. Added 8 divination cards. Each league they add new divination cards. Look here, added 10 rune grafts. Oh, this is quite big. In the stream they revealed 2 of them, but actually we have 10. Rune grafts are a thing that I like in this game. It gives you more customization. They are actually quite powerful. So we just have the names here. Yeah, this is great, new rune grafts. Endgame changes. Let me zoom in it. Map items are no longer associated with a specific map area. As an example, instead of having tier 10 Mesa map, you will now find tier 10 maps. So they generalized it. To open a Mesa map, you need to locate it on the atlas. Yeah, so it depends on the position from the atlas for the map. This is not a big deal, yeah. It's similar to Waystone system from Path of Exile 2, you know. You have the maps on the atlas and you have a particular Waystone tier. That's the same system. Check the Spectral Tiger. Okay, let's check it. Summon Spectral Tigers from Hunt Leader Bloodline passive skill. Now have 50% less maximum. We don't care about this. But deal slightly more damage and have increased attack speed. No, this is actually not a buff for us. So we are using the Spectral Tigers for the buffs that would provide to the player, not for the damage that they do. So we don't care about the damage that they deal. So this is a nerf actually. You want them to have as much life as possible so they don't die easy. Yeah. So this is actually a slight nerf for the build. You want the tigers to have as much life as possible so they don't die. They will die easier now, but we still summon them easy, so it's not a big deal. And I like that they display their life. So we can see their lives. This is useful. No, it's not a nerf, it's a buff. So the placement speed for totems, it's a big buff for us. This one, placement speed. This is a big buff for my build. Because Hierophant has 100% totem placement speed from the Ascendancy. So on the first lab, you get 100 totem placement speed. So you will summon the totems even faster. So this is a buff. This is not a nerf. This is a nerf for other totem builds. So if you're playing totems on a different class, it can feel like a nerf, but not for my build. So this is a buff for me. We also got a buff for Holy Flame totem here, yeah? It shoots more projectiles. Boss, FRXDR, boss, thank you for the support. Thank you, have a lovely league start in 8 days. Tomorrow I will level a Templar. I will do another campaign progression. My league starter is perfectly viable, no change. All Awakened support gems can no longer be obtained. So this is from Uber Maven, yeah? Awakened, Empower, Enlighten. This can drop from Uber Maven, and they kept it with the name Awakened. Yeah. Is there any MTX? No. No. For gifting subs, they don't have any MTX. The following divination cards have been temporarily disabled. So these are regarding Awakened gems, yeah? The cheater would give you Awakened gems, that's why they disabled. The Labyrinth gem craft outcome.
Come on!
Yeah, this is normal.
Do it! Do it!
Because we don't have Awakened gems, they had to remove it. Let me see. So we still have the Awakened gems, but with a different name. Now they are exceptional gems. This is important for me. Lesser multiple projectile support has been renamed to multiple projectile support. So we still have in the game with the same effect, but they changed the name. So when you see in my guide lesser multiple projectile, you need to put multiple projectile. I need to pay attention to this to explain the things. So when you go to Ciosa in Act 3, you will buy multiple projectile support, you no longer have lesser. Some people will get confused with this. Ascendancy changes. Let's see if they buffed other classes. The Kinekura Death Note Apple now has enemies in your... to explode from field. Oh, they buffed it. Oh, no, it's a nerf actually. My boy, they nerfed it. So it would give 500% of their maximum life, and now it's half, 250. So this is a nerf. So they nerf Chieftain. It's still strong, but it's a little less stronger. So you had the really powerful explosions that would deal severe damage, and now the damage that you get from explosion, it's halved. So this is a nerf for Chieftain, especially for Simulacrum. Huh? So you wanted really powerful explosions, and now you have 215 instead of 500%. This is a big nerf, actually. Yeah. I don't care, I don't play Chieftain. So this will affect Righteous Fire, this will affect Cast when Stun Chieftain. They got affected by this nerf. Let's see here. I don't understand this one. Let me read it again. Effects that grant random shrine buffs, such as Guardian Harmony. Now grant greater. No, it's fine. You get some special effects here that they added. The time of need notable now has everything. Remove curse elements, limit elements. So every 4 seconds. They changed the name or what? It's the same effect. So I think they changed the tooltip. So this was also 4 seconds, but I think they changed the name of the tooltip. Here they added extra options that you can allocate. So you can inflict Hallowing Flame on melee hit. So you get 10% of physical damage as extra lighting damage. Yeah, fuck it. Extra damage, I mean. This is for minions, no? Mostly that you play Guardian for minions, no? You can play it on other builds too. This is a buff. So they buffed Warden. Will now grant 100 more elemental damage while unbound. Yeah, so a slight buff for Warden players. This is for Fabgun. So I think Fabgun will play Warden, so his build will be a little stronger. Yeah, I think he plays Warden, no? I might be wrong. So Fabgun, I think he went with Warden last league. Cannot be referred. They changed here the wording. Saboteur, this is for traps. Let me zoom in a little. This is a slight buff. Yeah, from 30% less damage, slight buff. Cooldown recovery, and this is another small buff. As damage of enemies hitting you, it's unlucky. I mean, this is also a buff for defenses. Yeah, it's all the damage, so yeah. So they buffed it, but this is not enough. So this will not make people play Saboteur now. They need better buffs. And this is a nerf. The Legion of Primordial no longer has 50% increased effect of buffs granted for the golems. They removed it. So they nerfed the Elementalist a little. With golems, yeah? Yeah, so the buff from the golems are less potent now on an Elementalist. Bloodline Ascendancy, let's check this one. Oh fuck, they are... This will be boring to read. This is a small nerf, I repeat. People seen it as a buff, but it's a small nerf. The tigers that we get from the Ascendancy, we don't use them for the damage that they do, we just use them for the buffs. And you need to have them as tanky as possible. Now they have 50% less maximum life, meaning that they will die easier. But you still resummon them quite easy, so you don't feel it that much, yeah? It's a small nerf for my build here. But it's not impactful, you know, it's a tiny nerf. No. So the tigers have increased attack speed, not you. So the more damage and attack speed, this is for the tigers, not for us. So the tigers will attack faster and will do more damage, but not us. The buffs that they give will be the same. Yeah, so this is not a buff for us. The Primal Roar Bloodline passive skill now provides 4% more attack per minute, up to 80%. No, but we didn't allocate this one, no? We didn't have this one. We had this one, Spectral Tigers. So this is the one that we took, Spectral Tigers. I mean, let me check with the guide, see exactly the name. Hunt Leader. Yeah. No, it's not a buff, don't worry. Passive skill tree changes. Okay, this is important. Added to new clusters on the west of the Templar starting area. We have access to them. One granting accuracy, an effect of consecrated ground. This is shit, we don't care about this. The other granting accuracy and attack area. Okay, this is shit for us. We don't benefit. Added a new protection mastery that provides 50% damage from your hits, cannot be reflected. We don't benefit from this. The defiled force is notable passive, no longer refreshes the duration of ignite. This can impact Fulcrum Chieftain. So yeah, for Fulcrum Chieftain this is a problem. The evasion and energy shield mastery now has 1% increased evasion rating and 10 intelligence. This is a nerf. This is a nerf. For those that were stacking, you know, intelligence. I think Trickster, no? This is a nerf. From 5 they went with 1. Oh no, this is a... Oh, this is a nerf. From 5 they went with 10. Sorry, I'm a little tired. So it's twice as much. It's a nerf. The fire mastery that granted 50% chance to refresh ignite with critical strike has been replaced with a mastery that grants 12 fire over time multiplier. Yeah, for chieftain. This is for chieftain builds most. Now they did some unique item changes. Let's check if you see any of my items for the uniques that I'm using. Oh, they nerfed Blood Notch. 1 second. So now has 20-30% of damage taken from stunning hits. My boys, man, they hit Chieftain quite hard. So Chieftain was using Blood Notch, and this was giving 40-60%. Now it's 25. I'm telling you, they nerfed Chieftain big time. So the Hinekora's Death's Fury, it's less potent, got nerfed, and now the Blood Notch too. So it will be less tanky. Less tanky and less damage. You know, this is a nerf here. Cast when stun Chieftain, you're right, yeah. I'm looking for... added a new replica unique, replica gifts from above. I think this is a ring, no? This is a ring. The Shaper Touch unique glove, this is from Shaper, now has +2 accuracy and +2 intelligence. This is a nerf. So people were getting +4, now they get +2. Shaper Touch, it's used in multiple builds. Yeah, that's why they were expensive. So they nerfed Shaper Touch. No problem for my build. Item changes here. Synthesize implicit on rings and quivers, now grant up to 30% of damage from hits. This is shit with reflect. Influence modifiers on rings, now grant 75% hits. So this is for reflect. Watch as I modify, now grant 75%. So these are changes for elemental reflect, yeah. Cluster jewel, look, they nerf golems. So primordial bond. People were taking it from Megalomaniacs or the large cluster jewel. So yeah, golem builds got nerfed here. This is the second nerf that I see for golem builds. So Elementalist got nerfed, and now we have this one, Primordial Bond. It was taken on golem builds. Rune Graph of Refraction no longer has skills, chain and additional time. Now has projectile, chain and additional time. I mean, it's the same thing. They just changed the name. Because the chain that you would apply will be for projectile skills. Removed all graphs that enchant flasks from the fortification page. The beast crafting recipe to apply Hinekora's lock to a magic item can no longer be, my boys, on corrupted items. I mean, we will still have it. You can still apply it on a magic items, but not corrupted. It's still fine. All essences now have a maximum stack size of 10. Man, this is a good change. So trading essences was annoying because the stack would be 9. Now you have 10. It's much easier to manage essences, you know. When you took a full stack of essences, always was 9. And you had to calculate with multiplier of 18 and 9. So I like it. It's a tiny change that I like here. Clarify some description of cluster jewel. Notables fact this. All unique maps now have a fee of around 2000 gold when purchasing for a merchant house. So if you buy a unique map, it will always cost 2000 gold. This is not expensive. Itemized beasts have vastly lower gold fees, and their gold fees no longer depend on the modifier. Oh, this is big! You can sell rare beasts easier now. So one of the reasons why people would skip rare beasts and buy it from the trade website was the gold cost. They were very expensive. So this means that you can buy rare beasts cheaper. So if you farm beast, you can sell it directly with the currency exchange. They will be cheaper to buy. Yeah. So if you like farming beast, you can just put them in a tab from the merchant system. They will be cheaper and people will actually buy it more often. Ruthless specific, I don't care about this. Monster changes. Reduce the damage dealt by rustic. I don't know who the fuck is this one. Shock rifle ability. I have no clue who this monster is. Quest reward changes. Okay, nothing important for my build. And these are some quality of lights. Yeah, it's fine. So again, moral of the story, League Starter is perfectly fine. You can League Start with Siege Ballista. Tomorrow I will level up a new Templar on stream. So I'll make a new character. We're gonna play again the campaign if you want to drop by. That's the plan for tomorrow. I'll make a reminder video regarding my starter where I explained everything that you need to know if you never played it. Until then, I need to remind you that you have a guide. Yeah, I'll put it, let me put it on YouTube too. So here is the Siege Ballista guide. You scroll down, you have the League Start section. Here, League Start section. Here you have a path of building for the skill node progression in the campaign. You start with Act 1, you allocate the nodes. Again, you might want to drop by tomorrow on stream. Let me give you the link on YouTube. Put it here too. And of course, I explain what to do. Here is for Act 1 free. Yeah, the gem setups. Here are some tips. When you transition to Explosive Arrow, we stay with it until red maps. Yeah, from Act 3 until white and yellow maps. It shreds everything even on a 4 link. So that's a lot of damage. Yeah, it actually got some small buffs. So we summon the totems even faster. And you have another buff for Holy Flame Totem. It will shoot more projectiles. So no nerfs, some small buffs here and there. It's great. You can still make it. Yeah, my boys, I'm preparing to close the stream for now. I need to go to sleep, so tomorrow we can stream a progression. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. Tomorrow, drop by again, so we do a progression on stream. Yeah, I need to go to sleep now. It's getting late. Yeah, so a lot of great news. Also, when I wake up, I will make a video regarding the changes that we've seen on the reveal stream. I will pick my 5 favorite. My 5 favorite changes. I'll make a video on YouTube. Yeah. Have a beautiful night, good night, and see you tomorrow. Let me close it. Again, see you tomorrow.